Gentlemen, welcome to Owasso Speedway on our opening night, the 85th anniversary of racing here at Owasso Speedway. It's 6:45, just about ready for race time. I'm Roger Williams. I'm going to send it down. What is this, your 15th year? 16 years? Yeah, I knew I was close. 16 years in the broadcast business of racing. I'm going to send it down to my cohort, Mr. Chris Phobie.
Well, thank you, Roger. We're down here getting ready to get things started. This is 85th anniversary opening here at the Owasso Speedway. We first broke ground out here back in 1937. Just four guys who wanted to start a racetrack in Shiawassee County dug up this plot of land, and here we are 85 years after the first opening in 1939. And the man who holds the keys to this place has a couple words for you, so we'll hand it over to Rex Wheeler.
Got a lot of people to thank tonight. First of all, you can see our employees and the amount of work we put in this place since you've seen it last year. And as you know, we're not near done. We can't do it without you guys. So season opener, this is pretty impressive. So just a little bit to lead you off on. You know, right now with our seating arrangements, we seat 5,000 people. We got some big races coming up this year, and we feel that we will be selling out a few races. So keep up on those big events and come early. Next year, you're going to see 8,000 people seating on the backstretch. So this place will sit 13,200 people come next year. So. All right, you ready?
I think so, Roger. I think you had some notes to get us started, so back up to you.
Thank you, Chris. If I could get everyone to please rise. Before we begin our opening ceremonies, this is the first race of the season. We've lost a lot of good friends since the last time we've all been together. And I want to take a moment for all of us to take a moment of silence. Remember folks like, Jane Setterington Simcoe, our former promoter here at the Owasso Speedway from the late 80s through the 90s, who lost her. We lost her just a few months ago. We also lost former street stock competitor Kenny Stevens. And I think we can all say, the one bad thing about life is when it's at the end of it, there's probably been a family member or a friend that have brought you into racing or that you used to share your race nights with. And if we could take just a few moments to remember those folks that we have lost since we've last been together. Thank you. Now please, if you would, bow your head in prayer. Dear God, as we gather here today to witness this auto racing event, we ask your guidance and protection to watch over all of our drivers and crews and spectators here and keep them safe from harm. We thank you for this opportunity to witness their skill and determination of these racers who have worked real hard to reach this level of competition, and we pray that you grant them the wisdom, strength, and focus to compete at this level and to do so with the respect of their fellow racers. We also pray for all the organizers and volunteers and officials who have helped make this event possible. May their hard work and dedication be rewarded with a successful and safe race. Finally, we ask your blessings on this event and all those involved, and we pray for a fair and exciting night, not only for safety and well-being those who participate, but those as you make your way home here after tonight's show. We trust in you to guide us through this event and protect us every step of the way. In your name we pray, amen. Please remain standing as we will now play the Canadian National Anthem for our visitors here from the north. And please remain standing as to honor America with the singing of the Star-Spangled Banner. We welcome from Holt, Miss Heidi Stevens.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Thank you. Test. There we go. Give it up for Heidi Stevens, everybody. All right, who's ready to see some racing tonight? I think we can do better than that. Who's ready to see some racing tonight? All right, Roger, we're getting ready to kick things off. Let's lead them off in style.
Well, I'll tell you what, Chris, you might get, it sounds like a raucous crowd out there, which is why I put you out there for the opening ceremonies. Thank you, and welcome to Owasso Speedway opening night. And you know what? A lot of firsts going on here tonight. Our first full live broadcast on YouTube. For those of you watching at home and might be from out of the area, well, we had a lot of rain overnight, which stopped about 10 o'clock here this morning, and the sun's out. It's 80 degrees. You couldn't ask for a better afternoon. Maybe bring down that wind just a touch, but you couldn't ask for a better night and evening for opening night here in April. And we are set to go 30 weeks of racing here, and it sure is about to get exciting. You see a lot of new things here on the, well, right in front of you. I should have did a moment of silence for the grass that is also no longer with us here on the infield. We'll utilize this infield a lot, especially when we bring in CRA or the Reveal of the Hammer series, where they'll be able to do pit stops here in the infield. We'll also be using it for our destruction races, which will be, I believe, 6 Sundays throughout the, I'm only going to be here for 5. 6 Sundays throughout the 2024 season. And figure 8, you can see kind of a figure 8 track that has been built into that infield as well. And we'll also be able to stage cars in that infield for our heat races and such. So we've got a great field of cars, 96 cars and trucks here on opening night. We've got a lot of great stuff. And again, if you're here, you want to hear the broadcast, you can listen in on 88.5, or you can also download the TrackTune app, and you can hear the live broadcast whether you're here at the track or at home. But you'll also have that YouTube channel, the Owasso Speedway YouTube channel. It's absolutely free, and if you want to see it again, well, you can as much as you want. So please subscribe and like and all that good stuff as we get set to roll here. Looks like our first heat race about ready to come out. It will be our Valley Truck Center Modifieds. This should be the slow heat, the bottom of the qualifying order. Those drivers that are still learning the modified or maybe still have some problems to work on. We got a couple of rookies in the front row. Josh Savensky out of Langsburg going to be on the pole in car 57. John Eastman will start on the outside of the front row for this 6-lap heat race. Hannah Jaraneski in the 41 and Mike Shannon out of Lansing in car number 4 make up row number 2. Dick Maurer in the 911, a longtime veteran, will have Austin Kreida from Romeo in car number 13, which doesn't look like Austin made the call. And I see Nick Clements at the tail of the field in car number 34. There's Austin right there, making his way down the front straightaway. So we will have heat races for all our divisions. Top 4 will receive points for the long season point chase for these Valley Truck Center modifieds. So the heat races do not determine where they will start in their feature event. That has already been determined by qualifying earlier today. One of the rare occasions where we had qualifying along with the practice session here, because we had so much going on and the pits being in a different location than they're used to. We kind of put everything together as they're going to get the 1 lap to go signal. They'll go green the next time by for their 6-lap heat race. You see that we have the M&K Truck Center restart zone over in turn number 4. That is where they will be allowed to go fast as the Owasso Speedway pace vehicle will dive into the infield, and Savensky and Eastman ready to bring this field to the green flag. Again, 6 laps, heat race number 1 of 3 about to happen as they work their way out of turn number 4. Nate Rowe gives them the green, and we're racing time here in the 2024 season. Oh, we got problems already in turn number 1.
Oh, John Eastman Jr. and Dick Maurer get together over in turn number 2. Roger, that's going to bring out our first caution of the year pretty quickly.
Well, that did not last. That green flag did not last as long as I was hoping.
Yep, so this will be a complete restart. 0 in, 6 to go.
And John Eastman making the move from, well, got some steam coming out of there already, a little bit hot. I wonder if that may have been something that had to do with him getting a bit sideways in that number 19 machine, making a big jump into a different division from, he was in the Sport Compacts last season, and bumping into the modifieds here, so getting his first competitive laps, and unfortunately only saw 1 corner.
Yeah, he took the bumping into the modified division a little bit too literally there on the start of that one. So 0 in, 6 to go in this first heat race for the Valley Truck Center modifieds. What a great crowd we have here, Roger. There is just a ton of people here tonight.
Yeah, it's I'm not surprised. Maybe if it was 60 degrees and windy, we might be talking a little bit differently about that, but well, this is the hottest day of the year so far. And you folks that come out, I mean, it's $14 for an adult, 20 and under are free. I mean, what a great opportunity to come out and enjoy some auto racing here in Owasso.
That is for sure. Safety crew working over there in turn number 2. So those of you looking at home and in the crowd can see that there's an X taped on the back of that 19 car. We're trialing for 2024, allowing spotters for our modified divisions. Some of the drivers not opting to take a spotter, so you'll notice some of them have an X in tape on the back sail panel. That indicates that they do not have a spotter, so they are listening directly to race control on the Raceiver one-way radio in their ear. And then the others will have spotters that you can see standing just above the signboards over on the back straightaway. So still 6 in, 6 to go, 0 in. There we go. Words are hard.
Well, we haven't had a lot of time to really practice, so you know it's the first lap. A lot of things changed here since we were last here, Chris. We talked about the infield, but man, there's a lot of cement going down around this place.
Yeah, we have a new surface going down in our pit area. Unfortunately, just missed cure time a little bit to be able to park on it tonight, but it should be good to go for next week for a lot of it. We have catch fencing now all down the back straightaway. We didn't have that last year. You saw the semi-trailers we had parked to be kind of a barrier back there, but now we have catch fence all the way around the track.
And you will also see that, well, we talked about the new restart zone. M&K Truck Centers with the sponsoring the restart zone. But we also changed and I don't think we'll be talking about it much in the heat races, but we've also changed where we have the Owasso option, which we'll talk about later on. It's on the other side of the start-finish line.
And it's now the correct style of arrow versus what we had last year, which helps.
Well, that looks like we are going to eventually here have a complete restart as that outside row is going to move up since we no longer have Eastman in the lineup. So that'll put the 4 of Shannon now on the front row.
Yep, and we've lost, looks like we've lost the 911 and Dick Maurer as well. And pace car pulls into the infield. So Josh Savinsky in the 57, a rookie competitor on the pole. Outside of him, Mike Shannon, who's took last season off from competitive driving, so he's might be a little green behind the gills as well, but green flag is back out. Great start by the 4 of Shannon. He's going to pull it down to the bottom going through 1 and 2 as Savinsky now falls back into the grasp of 13.
Yeah, Savinsky, I think, just wants to get some laps. He's very nervous about being in this car. Talked about it the last couple of weeks, trying to get he also has been one of those drivers that have moved into the modified class, and right now he's finding himself in a very deep learning curve as he sits forward.
Yeah, if you remember right, he went a little bit viral here at the Owasso Speedway. He flipped his street stock last year. So he was a little noteworthy for that one. We got a little bit of a chuckle out of it once we found out he was okay and had some fun with the winter.
He wanted that 1/10 of a second, so he moved to a different division so he could get that extra 10th.
He gets around Savinsky. That 3 laps remaining now. Nick Clements to the inside. Thought about it to the inside of the 13 of Prida.
Well, Shannon is all sorts of loose when he comes out of turn number 2. He's going to come out of 4. Right now he's got this field covered. But he has definitely got his hands full. We got a spin already here on the front straightaway.
And Jaroneski goes around over on the front straightaway. So that will draw the caution here. 4 in, 2 to go. And Jaroneski, another driver jumping up into the modifieds. She raced a street stock here last season a couple times. She comes from way, way up north. Not Canada up north, but like still a ways up there.
Yeah, Vanderbilt right there in the tip of the mitt for those geographically inclined.
That's right. That's right. Those of us who know our geography of the Great Lakes State.
And the 1 caution rule likely to affect Hannah's ability to continue here in this first heat race. And we are down to 4 that are likely to get some points, assuming that the 34 of Clemens, I don't think, did Nick get a qualifying time? I don't remember if he did get a qualifying time.
So Nick Clemens is the proprietor of Fast Racing Designs. That is a chassis that he built himself, and I believe this is the first time it's been out for competitive laps. He came out testing a couple times. But I believe this is the first proper outing for that new 34 car. Looks like we are coming back to green.
Looks like we sure are, yeah.
Green flag's back out.
These drivers have to be careful here as we only have a couple of laps left, but they're coming up on the time limit here. If they're not careful, they're going to battle for the top spot, actually make it the top 3 now, as Nick Clemens trying the top side. It's been a little slick up there today as a white flag flies for all. So Shannon trying to pick up the first checkered flag of the season, and right now he's in the catbird seat as he makes his way out of turn number 4 to the checkered flag, and he will grab the first win of the season. Mike Shannon out of Lansing with the win. Clemens is going to finish 2nd. Looks like Kreiter will finish in 3rd, and you know what? Savinsky picking up some championship points in his rookie campaign.
That's right. We've gone kind of F1 style for these heat races. Not everybody gets points and pay for these heats, only the top 4.
So he'll be the first driver to get that opportunity. Mike Shannon out of Lansing, like I mentioned, better buy muffler and brakes, and signs of change. The primary sponsors on that number 4 for the 63-year-old.
All right, and Mike's going to pull down to victory lane. Want to give a huge thanks to Callie Baker, who's here tonight as our photographer in victory lane. We have Wayne Goodman roving around here as well, taking action shots, but Callie Baker made the trip all the way from Three Rivers just to snap some photos for us here tonight, so we really appreciate her coming out.
Oh, yeah, Three Rivers. That's just down the road from Two Rivers.
Yep, but just before Four Rivers, actually.
They got a bank there.
And a stoplight or two.
They line up the second heat race. Your defending champion, Dave McManus, scheduled to start on the pole for this one, at least from what I have in front of me. Damian Lytle out of Langsburg in the 5.59 will make up row number 1. Jeremy Jaraneski out of Vanderbilt in the 1J, and Jason Congdon in the 4C back in row number 2. Dale Spencer, the easiest name there, and I messed that one up. In the triple nickel, Kyle Smith in the 8, and Terry Trost from Lake Orion in car number 9. Those scheduled to compete here in heat race number 2 of 3. So another 6-lap heat race, again for your Valley Truck Center Modifieds. I gotta guess that McManus might not, not one of his best qualifying efforts, but I think probably with wherever the inversion's going to be, might put him in a good spot come feature time. As
that is possible, and keep note the 4 of Congdon and the 5.55 of Dale Spencer both have special schemes tonight. We'll get to, well, it looks like we got one more lap. They're both friends with the Lakota team, and they have those special paint schemes tonight in honor of Down syndrome awareness. And the Lakota's little daughter Ellie, who has Down syndrome and is just an adorable little kid. So a special scheme from the 5.55 and the 4C in her honor tonight.
And I'm sure they would love to get a checkered flag. As we get set to go, we'll see after 6. Here we go.
All right, they're just about side by side through 1 and 2. McManus with the better run down the back straightaway. He'll have the advantage off into turns 3 and 4 as the field tries to get sorted out behind.
McManus with the top spot. Lytle sits back there in second. There, nose to tail, Congdon up to third. And then Jaraneski in the 1J back there in the 4th spot.
Jaraneski has really been one of those drivers that has been following the Midwest Modified Tour here and there, stepping up to some of the traveling stars. And Congdon, Smith, and Spencer all were in for that big modified event.
Oh,
David McManus was as well, actually.
Jaraneski had a 4-wheel slide there. You were just talking about him. He picked up a spot on Congdon. Something wrong with the Congdon car. Wonder if there's a tire going down or something amiss on the number 4. Then there was contact between Schultz and the 5 machine, or the 555 at Dale Spencer. Both cars able to drive out of it.
Yeah, so far, other than a couple of dicey moments, the field somewhat precise in the race. McManus, Lytle, Jaraneski, potential spots for championship points for this one.
It looks like we will lose Spencer as he takes his car to the pit area. Checkered flag is out, and it will go to McManus. In the Wheeler Trucking number 10. Lytle second. Jaraneski will finish in third, and finishing in that 4th spot unofficially, Kyle Smith takes that 4th and final points paying position.
I think he gets like 20 bucks.
Yeah, well, how about that? Well, it's better than a cup of ice cream. So your defending track champion gets it done here in heat race number 2. So that means he has to work just a little bit less on that vehicle, other than to find a couple of tenths here and there on speed, as no stranger to the checkered flag. Looks like he's foregoing his opportunity to get that picture taken down to the infield. I think he's probably waiting for that feature checkered flag a little bit later on. Your fast heat arriving out onto the speedway.
Oh, hey Roger, they're looking at us on TV.
Oh, I missed it.
Oh, you did. That's okay.
They probably had to take the camera. Oh, there it is. Yeah.
Did we
forgot
break
the makeup.
YouTube again? I hate when that happens.
You know, that was 20 years ago. You think that they'd get over it by now?
You know, we got Ryan Warning here, who's YouTube celebrity adjacent. He works down at the Freedom Factory down in Bradenton, Florida, with Cletus McFarland and his crew. He's coming in, helping us out with a couple staffing shortages we had come up last minute.
Very nice.
And helping to get our new race director, formerly Safety Sam, now race director Sam, up to speed. I guess, you know, looking at myself on camera here, I should probably take my sunglasses off.
Well, that's all right. They think most officials are blind anyway, so yeah.
Well, that's why I'm putting on the real glasses, which do in fact indicate my visually challenged state of being.
And I do want to say that the you know, being on camera also makes you about 10 less hairs bald. You know, more hairs bald than you really are in public.
Got to be a lot more strategic with your nose picking. Also.
Yes, I'm going to have to bring a Sharpie here to color in some of those light hairs on the top of my head.
Do they still make hair in a can?
They probably do. They probably do.
You know, Joey Logano is a
Can you believe
with
that?
Hair Club for Men or whatever it is now.
Man, I saw him do the race last week, and I'm like, doggone, I forgot that he's had that done. Looks completely different. Fred Cummings Jr., by the way, is going to start. Is supposed to start on the pole for this.
Yeah.
He's a rookie in this class too, isn't he? Has he run the modified before?
He's ran late models, so he's ran equivalent.
Okay.
And he is not follicularly challenged.
No. Nick Lakota is going to be alongside, and we'll just guess from here on out. Billy Luckhurst in the 36, Corey Finley at car 29, Aaron Taylor in the double deuce, and Tim Lahar, who had fast qualifier in the modified division, also I believe in the street stock division. So he's been quick all day in whatever car he brings out onto the speedway, and now he's about ready to race it as they work their way out of 4.
All right, Nate Rowe in the green. Third and final heat race for the Valley Truck Center Modifieds. Former track champion Nick Lakota around the outside takes the early lead as Fred Cummings Jr. falls in line behind him. Ooh, a little bit of contact there between the 36 of Billy Luckhurst and everybody continues on, no worse for wear, but now the 20 of Tim Lahar itching up in that high groove to get around the 36.
Yeah, these drivers got to be careful not to be racing on the concrete. And you can see they're putting their 2 left side tires touching that concrete. I wonder if Luckhurst might get a warning for that, as we'd like them to race on the asphalt that's, well, I guess I was going to say the asphalt we paid a lot of money for, but we also paid a lot of money for that cement, didn't we?
That's true, we did. Well, I did.
You haven't seen your check this week. There's an asphalt and a cement fee.
And I never will.
This field spread out like the teeth of a hillbilly smile. Nobody close enough to the other.
Oh, we're down to 2 laps to go. These 6-lap heat races just zip by, right?
They do. They do. And right now, Nick Lakota in charge. Cummings in second. And then Aaron Taylor in the 3rd position. Oh, Lahar, back end got a little bit of sideways. He's going to lose some touch with the 22 car as we've got that battle up front.
And the 2A of Fred Cummings Jr. gets close. Nick Lakota takes the win. Cummings in second, Aaron Taylor third, and Tim Lahar gets that 4th and final points paying position in the number 20. Well, he's going to come down to victory lane. I think McManus is just scared of Callie. She does look kind of threatening down there in that pink vest.
Looks like Showtime Auto Sales.
Showcase.
I'm sorry, Showcase Auto Sales. I tell you, I said last year I was going to get new glasses, and I still have not. Can I borrow yours?
I actually did get new ones over the off season, so I can miss things more clearly.
Maybe I need those dark ones. So we take care of the heat races for the Valley Truck Center Modifieds. They'll have a 50-lap feature later on here in the program.
You know, Roger, the Owasso Speedway brings people together.
It does. Barry floor coating also on the number 12 cars. He's down there in victory lane. How about it one more time for the driver of the number 12, Nick Lakota.
Well, as we move into pure stock heat races, and we got all of our sponsors jumbled around this year, so give me a second here. The McAllister Rental Pure Stocks.
Yes, I had to make myself a handy dandy card.
See, I wrote it down, but then I went to the next page of my notebook and had to conveniently flip back. But it's going to be Landon Heide in the 87 out front. Bob Baumgarten. Yeah, that's right, Baumgarten.
Mm-hmm.
It's just a lot of letters there in the 108. Jeremy Johnson in the 47, the 222 of Cody Montrell, the M57 of Talon Deal, and then the 89 of Abby Kolb tagging out of the back. Austin Sovine in 98 unfortunately got into a little bit of a mix-up during qualifying, so he is going to be scratched for this one. Coming through turns 3 and 4, green flags out. We are underway. Jeremy Johnson dives right to the bottom of the track trying to get in there.
Well, I'm interested to see what's going to happen here with this 87 because we know it's typically a very fast vehicle. Did not get a very good qualifying effort. And I wondered if he actually did get a qualifying effort in, but started on the pole. I know he came out and had some problems late, but he continues to lead. Johnson in second. So now it looks like the battle for the lead is going to be possibly, as you see it, for the second spot as the triple twos of Cody Montrell just making the pass on the 47 of Jeremy Johnson.
So the 87 of Landon Heide going to see the black flag, not for anything he did wrong.
No.
We use a computer to set up our lineups, and Landon Heide didn't take a qualifying time, so the computer assumed that, well, he must be the slowest, so he should start on the pole the slow heat. So opening day jitters for us, we'll call it. So we'll show him the black flag. He'll tag onto the back of the fast heat where he was supposed to go.
So that hands the lead over to Cody Montrell as he's going to come out of turn number, and we got caution has come out. So it sounds like somebody might have gotten out of shape, and
well, you know,
caution for that, just in case there was something out there.
It was a long winter, okay? I had to stay warm. Those heat bills are insane these days. I got to bulk for the winter.
Right. That's why I had you go down to the front straightaway. I don't think I could have carried this bulk down the steps to the front stretch or made it through between the opening there.
So we have 3 in, 3 to go. We're at the halfway point here. It's going to be Cody Montrell, Jeremy Johnson, Bob Baumgarten.
Yeah, Bob Baumgarten. He's actually related to the old Irv Baumgarten, who's in the Michigan Motorsports Hall of Fame from the Mount Clemens area. And it looks like we lost Mr. Baumgarten.
All right, we're back underway here, and Jeremy Johnson once again shows the nose to the 222 of Cody Montrell. That 47 car has the restart gear in it for sure.
He certainly does. Boy, would there be any happier person on the property if he were to pick up a heat race win here as he sits there in the second spot. He is very competitive here.
Just a little distance between himself and Montrell as Talon Deal, graduate of the Mini Wedge Racers, runs in that third spot, rookie competitor. Going to pick up some points here in his heat race as we come to the white flag. 1 lap to go.
Montrell just about has this one wrapped up. He's got to put a bow on it, though, as he works his way down the back straightaway. Johnson and Deal second and third, and another rookie, that 89 of Kolb back there making some laps as well. Look out. Talon Deal almost made an oopsie. Able to hold on to that third spot as the Triple Deuce of Cody Montrell out of Otisville.
I didn't know people lived in Otisville.
I'm not going to tell anybody if you don't tell anybody. 33 years of age, Motor City Core, Tip Top Towing of Linden, Tony Brapp's Racing Engines, Quality Mufflers, and more. Some of the sponsors on this driver's machine. Only in his third year of racing for Cody Montrell.
And he's got Poppy from the Trolls on his B pillar on the passenger side there.
And see, that's why we hold you onto the team. You know the.
I'm hip. I'm with it.
You know the hip stuff.
I've only sat through the Trolls movie 3,000 times.
I get Paw Patrol a lot with my granddaughter.
I'm on like year 6 of Paw Patrol at this point. They say kids have short attention spans. Well, not when Chase is on the case.
I'm starting to sound a lot like the mayor.
You know, actually, if you grew your mustache out and got a top hat, you could pass for Mayor Humdinger.
I could, yeah.
Have you ever been to Soggy Bottom?
I have not been to Soggy Bottom.
No, there's some parents out there that are like really just grooving with us right now on these Paw Patrol deep cuts.
Or they're saying, "Dang it, I came out to have adult time."
Well, on the plus side, we do have adult beverages for sale at a very reasonable rate.
Yes, very reasonable. This is the nice part. Again, now that we have the victory lane down in the infield here, Montrell enjoying victory lane there, gets that opportunity with the checkered flag.
And he can take just as long as he wants to get the perfect framing on those duct tape numbers. Did a great job on those.
The guy wins the heat, he's all excited, and then you bring him back
impressed.
down.
I can't tape that well. They'd be all bunched up, and it would have been a nightmare.
Here comes heat race number 2. And I don't think Scott Garcia, he did make it out there. He's been having problems all day. Looks like he's opting to start at the tail end of the field. So that'll move Sean Edmond, or rather going to move Keegan Clark up to the pole in car number 11. Alongside should be the 4 of Sean Edmonds. He's out of Whittemore, which I understand they've got they're like the oldest track.
Ish.
Nick Johnston in the 7. The 40 belongs to Zach Burton. Bob Farley, he's also out of Whittemore. He's in that number 2 machine. And the 83 is Dan Goki as they get set to do 6 here in heat race number 2 of 3 for our Pure Stocks, brought to you by McAllister Rentals.
All right, Nate Rose got the green flag ready, and we are underway here. Now, Roger, if you think that track's the oldest one in Michigan, then there's a really fast 3/8 mile over in Kalamazoo I'd like to tell you about.
Well, we almost had a fast caution there. They were 3 wide there at turn number 2 as Farley is moving up through the field. He's up to the 2nd spot now, and he's stalking the number 4 of Sean Edmonds. So a couple of Whittemore drivers about ready to duke it out for the top spot here at Owasso.
Now, Whittemore's only a quarter mile. You'd think they'd be running out of steam by the time they got to turn 3. They're not used to the lap being that long.
Yeah, this is like a drag strip.
Yeah, up there they call them lead sleds.
Well, they're the lead sleds right now. And that was a close one. Sean Edmonds just barely leading that lap. We're still wheel to wheel for the lead down the back straightaway.
Ooh, looked like they may have leaned on each other just a touch there.
Thought maybe they were passing drinks back and forth as they came down the front straightaway.
Nick Johnston in the 7 gets underneath the 40 machine of Zach Burton. That'll move him up into 4th. Just picked up that car his first time out. Barely had any time, just out here to have some fun with it. Looking a little bit competitive right now as he takes a peek to the inside of the 11 car.
But you can't keep your eyes off that battle for the lead. Now as the 4 car clears Farley down the back straightaway. But Farley's going to fight. No, he's not. I thought he was going to pull to the high side. He'll go to the back bumper of the 4. Maybe look to the inside as they come to the white.
Farley went for the switchback. Didn't quite work. He sticks to the back bumper of the 4 machine, though. They're going to be just about bump drafting down the back straightaway. Oh, Harley drifts high. Farley drifts high. There we go. And that'll be the 4 car of Sean Edmonds leading them off at turn 4.
Sean Edmonds takes him out of 4, checkered flag to the 4 machine. Farley second, and then the 7 car, Nick Johnston just got by the 11 of Keegan Clark to pick up 3rd. Clark getting that 4th position. And a great race up front by a couple of Whittemore drivers. And this fight, the win goes to that number 4 of Sean Edmonds. GFG Impressions, one of the primary sponsors on that number 4 machine. So got to assume that he will probably have a full season up at the Whittemore Speedway, but probably will make every effort to come down here and race if he keeps running that quick.
You know, speaking of our friends from up north, just got a note, modified racer Josh Ware is tuning in. I know he's got a pretty busy work schedule. He, I wanted to say sails a ship on the 7 seas, but it's actually just one of the 5 Great Lakes. But he's normally out here in the modifieds when he can. And even though he lives way up in Barbeau, if you know your
I don't know where Barbeau. Now that I don't know where Barbeau is.
It's way up there. But he comes down here. He said last year he considered Owasso his home track, even though it's like a 4-hour drive down.
Here comes your fast heat for your pure stocks. Brought to you by McAllister Rentals. Brian Thompson's 66, your front row starter. He'll be on the pole. And Kyle Callahan, former champion in this division, out of Midland in car number 14. Lonnie Sommier, your defending champion in the M15. And Jim Miller Jr. He racked up a lot of feature wins last season, as did Jason Spencer in the 55. They're in this one. Jordan Lakota out of Mount Morris had the quick lap here tonight for the McAllister Rentals Pure Stock. So the fast heat on the track. Landon Heidi, he tags onto the tail, and let's see what he has for the big dogs.
Well, Jordan Lakota coming back to pavement from the dirt side, spent a few years over there, said it was too dirty, so he came back to pavement. Green flag. Kyle Callahan also with some superb duct tape work on the outside of that electric blue number 14.
Oh.
He's going to get a little assist there from Lonnie Sommier. Sommier got into the back bumper of the 66, got him a little squirrely. Keeps us, Miller to the back bumper of the 14 of Callahan. Callahan goes very high.
Not a lot of grip up top there, and Callahan gets the worst of that, goes from the front row to the bleachers. As now we're 3 wide. Miller not afraid to go to that wall and see if he can get around the 66. Spencer on the inside. This one's shaping up to be a dandy.
As Lonnie Sommier drives away, it is a heck of a battle going for 3rd spot right now as Spencer and Miller all over the back bumper of the 66, gets past the 66. So it's now Sommier, Spencer, and Miller, your top 3. Brian Thompson in the 66. Hanging on to one of those points-paying positions, but he's got your fast qualifier all over his back bumper.
Yeah, it looks like that 66 may be a tad tight there, as that nose wants to travel up to the top of turn number 2. That opens up the door for Lakota and the 1 machine, who did a fine job on dirt, may I add. So I'm surprised to see him back to the pavement, and right now he's up to 4.
Well, I know he's got multiple championships over at Auto City and Birch Run Speedways, so he's very proficient on the pavement. I don't know if he's ever ran a full season here at Owasso, but he definitely hasn't missed a step on pavement in these pure stocks. As the white flag is out, 1 lap to go for your defending track champion.
Sommier just cruising around in that pure stock down the back straightaway, about a quarter of a straightaway advantage before you get back to Spencer in the 55 and the Miller in the number 9. So the victory, it goes to the M15 of Sommier. Spencer, Miller, and Lakota will be your top 4 finishers here in the fast heat for the McAllister Rentals Pure Stock Division. And you thought they were close in this heat race. Wait till that feature event comes up in a little while. And they've got pretty doggone good field of 20 pure stocks here, best in quite a while.
Yeah, 20 pure stocks, and I feel like any number of probably 12 of those cars could be real contenders for the win, and even more in the way of dark horses. But Lonnie Sommier, he has enough victory lane pictures. He's won 3,000 heat races in his life, so he takes it straight to the back. But nonetheless, give it up for your winner. the M15 Alani Sawmere.
And his sponsors, M57 Towing and Repair, M15 Towing, Finish Line, Seamless Gutters, Top Speed Motorsports, Stearns M15 Garage, Troyer Racing Engine, Freeman Auto Salvage, and M15 Auto Salvage, all on the side of that M15 machine of Lonnie Sawmere.
Speaking of Lonnie Sawmere,
Yes, we were just speaking of Lonnie Sawmere. Thank you for reminding me.
last call on 50/50 tickets.
Oh yeah, they've been here a good chunk of the day. The Ovid LC tennis team here putting some work in and getting a farmer's tan to boot.
You know what? They've been doing a good job going back and forth, back and forth.
Oh, you're making me seasick.
They're going to be down in near what is usually the ice cream stand when it's not like the McDonald's ice cream machines.
Well, you know, the quality control person wasn't quite ready to release the secret recipe, and Rex says he's going to do what he can all week long to make sure that ice cream is correct for next week.
It's a special home blend.
It is homebrewed.
He's been making it in the basement all winter. Just needed a. It's like the concrete over in the pit area. Just needed a few more days to cure.
I could see a witch's cauldron, but it's packed with ice cream salt, and he goes down with the Keebler elves and stirs that thing up. Honey, the ice cream's almost done.
Actually, not a lot of people know this, Rex actually wears a small spoon around his neck on a chain, just for the purpose of going down and checking the quality of the ice cream mix.
I mean, that's dedication. That is dedication.
He actually made it himself out of a bigger spoon.
He whittled it down or just wore it down?
A little column A, a little column
God.
B. You know.
Well, I heard somebody upset the strawberry syrup is missing out of the refrigerator, and I don't know a thing. It's more compacts out on the speedway.
I didn't have a good transition for that one.
Yeah, sometimes it's just better to just sit back and let it,
breathe.
ruminate, a little bit. Flory Crane Rental Sport Compacts with us here. We've got 21 of them for you here tonight. This is the slower heat, those that are getting some experience and learning some things. Josh Harmon in the 17 was scheduled to appear. I don't see that he did. Sean Pulliam is on the pole. Evan Jenks in the 9. Cody LaFleur out of Lake City in the 47. That car runs on dirt every so often. Keegan Cudd in the 11.
I thought it ran on gas.
Phoebe Hosner.
I'm Phoebe.
Yes. That's probably one of the names people have not called you, is we're Green Flag here in Heat Race number 1.
You'd be surprised how many times I've been Chris Forbes.
Evan Jenks right now has a lead, and he's got a whole bunch of competition right on his back bumper. 3 wide coming down the front stretch. LaFleur makes his way to the front. Oh, that's way too high. He's able to hold on to a nice job by the 11 of Keegan Cudd. That was a heck of a save there by the number 11 machine, and he's going to challenge for the top spot now. Cudd and LaFleur for the lead out of turn number 2. Cudd with a slight advantage. LaFleur in the inside lane, the preferred lane.
All right, Keegan Cudd now leads at the halfway point. Keegan could lead, or he could not. We'll find out.
Well, he is getting a good lead on the rest of this field as the dirt car, the LaFleur machine, in the second spot.
Roger, you're loud.
We got a car spun over in turn number 4.
I thought I was hearing the voices in my head. Turns out it was you in my headphones really loud. So Phoebe Hosner goes around at the 55.
Well, for a moment, I was hearing 2 voices in my ear, and that's what I was fiddling with. I heard a woman's voice in my ear, and that could be because my wife's coming home from the airport tomorrow, so I'm already anticipating the woman's voice in my ear, and I was ignoring it, so it was good practice.
There you go. Have you switched over the laundry yet, though? That's the big
I
question.
did switch over the laundry. It is ready to go, just like this heat race is. 2 laps remaining. Cud, your race leader. LaFleur in second. Then it's Jenks in the 3rd spot, and I'm not sure if that one will last here. LaFleur got a big jump on the race leader, and the caution flag will come out because of that.
Yeah, that looked a little, the flag waving, usually when it's unenthusiastic like that. Nate Rowe, of all the things you can say about him, and there's so many bad things you can say about him.
Sure, I have a list I'll be sharing later through the season. I don't want to get it all the way
He is
out.
a very enthusiastic flag waver. So when you see the flag just kind of
See, enthusiasm
Yep.
right now. He is
he's just
flipping that
dripping
flag.
with enthusiasm.
So LaFleur's caused the caution. He will go to the pit area. So we're
Well-
down to 3.
LaFleur to Le Pits. That's French for the pits.
Oh, thank you. Goodness gracious. I was waiting for someone to translate. I was waiting for that woman's voice to translate that for me.
Parlez-vous. All right, Keegan Cudd now will have another shot at leading him down. And this looks better than last time.
It does. And we've got 2 laps remaining. Cud trying to pick up his first checkered flag.
He very well could win this race.
I seen his mama earlier walking around. She's got the big shirt that says that she's Cud's mom.
Is that Mrs. Cudd?
I think so. There,
Oh,
she is.
I see her, yep. All right, white flags out, 1 lap to go. She got so excited, I thought that was the end of the race.
Well, we got caution out on the speedway. It looks like, we might have had someone in the concrete over there in turn number 4. I was blinded by Miss Cud up in the air, just cheering on her child, and unfortunately, I missed the melee over there in turn number 4. But always like finding those few fans that are in the stands, especially those that are cheering on their children. And she's very excited.
She may be challenging Nate for the amount of enthusiasm she has.
Give her a flag.
Oh, I don't want Nate to become unemployed. He's too pretty to live under a bridge.
Well, he's uninspired. He's too pretty to live under a bridge. Is he going to have to answer 3 riddles if he does live under the bridge?
He'll ask the riddles.
Yes. So we're down to 2. It's a two-car shootout, 1 lap to go.
It's like a match race. You know what, though? Those 2 drivers will definitely get their top finish of the season so far.
Right? And what does it pay? 25, 30, what?
I think it's like $35.
Holy
You
moly.
know how many hot dogs you can buy for $35?
Dave, do you know? Because I can't do algebra.
You still got all your fingers, Dave? I know they were a little dicey 4th of July last year, but you got all 10?
Super Dave with us. I was getting a little worried when I didn't see him in the grandstands at 3 o'clock, but he was taking it easy in the shade. We decided he's going to limit his appearances to when it's most beneficial for his brand.
I mean, you got to stay on brand.
With the sun out, it reflects off the ring and it gets in the driver's
Yeah, I figured
eyes.
he had to polish the ring. There's more carrots in that diamond than a Bugs Bunny cartoon.
Well, we got to be getting close to the time limit here on this heat race.
We are, I believe, after the ruling was after the time limit expires, the next flag will end it.
Okay.
Unless, well, there's only 1 lap left, so they're going to get the white and the green at the same time. So.
Now, Mrs. Cudd said, no, throw that checker now. But it looks like we will have a 1-lap shootout between Cudd and Jenks.
Can you mimic another screen for him? Just get an HDMI splitter.
Field ready to go. And we're racing. And Cudd with a nice advantage down the back straightaway. Can he do it? He'll lead him into turns 3 and 4. Out of 4, just got to get it going in the right direction, and Cudd will pick up the win in car number 11. Jenks will finish in second.
He could, and he did.
And I did figure out where I was hearing the lady's voice, and you will laugh when I say it. I was getting the feedback from our YouTube channel, and it was me.
Well, I was going to ask if it was a pretty lady, but I guess we know the answer.
No, it was me. Keegan Cudd, just 13 years of age, with the win. Richfield Rentals and JMA Tooling. On the side of that machine is because Flushing, Michigan is home. Rookie picks up a win on his first night ever. How about that? Big round of applause for Keegan Cudd.
So he'll pull down to victory lane. He's not scared of Cali.
Not at all. 13, not scared of anything, remember?
No, that was a while ago.
For you, yeah. For me, gotta break out the book.
All right, so heat race number 2 getting ready to hit the track. We got Gerald Schwartz in the 12 starting on pole. And I believe it's his grandson, Gabe Rusnell, in the 24 outside of him. That next row was supposed to be Dan Hassard. Looks like he's going to take it to the back of the field to try to get the car a little more wrangled in. So that's going to move Frank Trupiano in the 77 up to that inside row 2 spot with Kennedy Jernigan in the 88 to his outside. Then it's going to be Bryson Hosner in the 29 with Oliver Kukar in the 86. Then Dan Hassard in the 6, taking up residence at the back of the field. 6 laps the distance. Heat race number 2 for our Flory Crane Rental Sport Complex. We come down to the green flag and we are underway. Roger, I recently learned that Flory Crane Rental rents construction cranes.
Oh, well, we might have to need it here. We're 3 wide down the back straightaway. Make it 4 wide, Chris.
Well, that was ill-advised, but it looks like we all made it through okay.
Yeah, I thought we were going to need some heavy moving equipment here.
I was going to say Flory Crane Rental, not who you call if you want to rent a bird, but if you need a construction crane, they're definitely the ones to talk to. Looks like Dan Hassard has whatever was illing to that machine unilled.
Oh, yeah. Hassard already picking up the top spot. So Hassard up to the lead. Gabe Rusnell still holding on to second, but it is a back and forth grudge match. A beetle battle, paddle battle going on in the second spot. Kukar, though, has made his way up to the second spot now.
He has. Oliver Kukar took a lot of last season to get his feet underneath him in that car, but the last couple weeks of the year, that car was really fast last season. It looks like that's continuing on.
Hosner sits there in the 3rd position. Russell now has fallen back to the 4th spot, and in 5th is Talladega Trupiano in car 77. White flag flies. We're on the final lap here of heat race number 2.
Well, good news, bad news. The 6 of Dan Hassard was able to get his car figured out. Unfortunately, went too much quicker than his qualifying time. So it's going to be Oliver Kukar taking the win, Bryson Hosner 2nd, Gabe Rusnell 3rd, and Frank Trupiano will complete the points paying positions.
Yeah, definitely good news, bad news situation there. The bad news, Hassard doesn't get the win, but he looks pretty doggone strong for feature later on as Oliver Kukar finds himself in victory lane. Don Felipe, one of the major sponsors on the Chesaning, Michigan driver, 18 years of age, as he'll pick up his first checker flag of 2024. How about it for Oliver Kukar? One more heat race for the Flory Crane Rental Sport Compacts. It'll be the fast heat. And we'll have a pair of street stock heat races, and 3 for the truck division. So still some heats to go, and then it'll be feature time. We'll probably have a very short intermission.
Enough to feed and water our workers. Because if you don't feed and water them, then they don't grow.
They don't, and we should all be growing.
And if you're not growing, you're dying.
That's right. Fast heat on the speedway. Corbin Kelly, car 54. Where is he? He's right in the front row.
Oh, yeah, there he is.
That's an old joke. Car 54, where are you? It was an old
yeah, I'm
1950s
I'm
sitcom.
not that old.
Adam Whitaker in car 23. That's why you bring me in for the older demographic. I'm the CBS of this crew.
I'm like UPN.
Nick Murdoch, your defending champion. Inside row number 2, Drew Hosner in the T1. Bobby Joe Jernigan, good qualifying effort. Inside row number 3 in the 38, Damian Waters in the 1. And your final row, Randy Moore in car 69. I believe he was your fast qualifier. And Jason McBride in car 70. Not sure if we had gotten a
Ron
time
Crawford, a late addition as well.
Yep, I see him there at the tail. Okay.
And Jason McBride scratched his time. He had an issue leaking some brake fluid, which is not optimal. Typically, like to keep the brake fluid in.
Sure. Well, at least at the end of the race.
Yes.
You want that, yes.
Well, at least at the end of the straightaway, you would like to have brakes.
Hey, like that ARCA driver. He was either hoping to see the checkered flag or see God.
And then he wrecked.
Yes, he did. Kelly and Whitaker ready to bring us to the green flag. Take it to the M&K Truck Center restart zone as they take the green flag. And look at Jernigan steps out of line, and she makes some contact.
Oh, looks like she may have gotten one of those concrete barriers down in the infield. They got a little chipper there on the start.
A little anxious to get to the front, and
I'm wondering the way that car behaved. It looked like something may have broke underneath the 38 because it, partway through the corner, just kicked right and then hooked left.
Yeah.
And I don't know much about driving race cars, but typically cars don't do that.
Just didn't look like the car wanted to turn when it went into the corner to begin with, is down in that low lane, and unfortunately will be the caution car in that PFCU credit union machine. Murdoch's also at a stop over there in the 79, probably asking to make sure the front end is aligned.
Yeah, when whatever happened to that 38 car broke loose, they made some pretty good contact down there in the middle of 1 and 2. So it looks like we did not get a lap in. Will be a complete restart, less the 38 of Bobby Joe Jernigan. So we'll get everybody back into something resembling their original scheduled starting spots. Murdoch was your track champion last year in the A division back when we still did ABC. We said, forget your alphabet, we're just racing this year.
Yeah, top 24 qualifiers will be in the A, and if you're not in the top 24, then you will be in the B main. I thought I was going to have something witty, and it just kind of petered out on me.
Well, I'm just glad we got to get rid of that offensive term that we had for the other feature.
Yes, boy, that was, apparently.
That hurt some feelings.
Yeah, I apparently tried to have some fun with it, and
how dare you have fun? This is a racetrack. We're very serious here.
Once again, I found how unfunny I was.
All right, Adam Whitaker gets a pretty good start on the outside. So he is well out in front now as Hosner and Kelly in that second row. Some smoke out of the back of the one, it looks like.
Just notice it. Number 1 machine as he tries to go after the lead. He's on the inside of Whitaker, now out of turn. number 2. He'll take the lead down the backstretch. So Hosner to the lead, Whitaker in second, Waters to third, Kelly in fourth. Murdoch, the only one on the high side of the 79, trying to get himself to the front of the field.
The car that's smoking ends up out in front of the field because usually they say it runs the best right before it blows up. And right now he is well out in front as the battle is on for second between Waters and Whitaker. That was fun to say.
Waters going to take the position away. Hosner continues to pull away from this field. How long will it last? Moore trying to pick up a position outside of Kelly.
Now, race fans, to let you in on something we have going this year, it's called the Kimball Midwest Challenge. Past qualifiers have the option to start at the back of a feature, their feature, and if they start dead last and end up winning, they get a $100 bonus. Randy Moore elected not to take the challenge this week, so it rolls over into $200 next Saturday night. But we want to thank Kimball Midwest for their participation. The white flag is out, 1 lap to go.
He's got a very interesting back end of that machine, that 69 is. Hosner trying to hold on for a quarter of a lap as he comes out of 3 and 4. Waters still in second. 3 cars battling for that third spot. Hosner with the win. Waters second, third, fourth, and fifth. Looks like it's Whitaker, Murdoch, and Moore in that order. All within about 0.3 of a second from one another. So Drew Hosner making the tow from Kalamazoo. Spent a few weeks with us last season, and I understand he might be running a full season with us. I'm not positive on that. But
That's a very solid question. They got here a little bit later on. I didn't get a chance to talk to him, but one of the more unique haulers. They bring 3 race cars to the track, all on the same trailer. It's a very long trailer. I believe it was originally designed for a yacht. And now they put race cars on it.
Hey, you know, it's its own parade.
I mean, both are sound investments.
So many subscriptions with my race pass.
What's that?
What do we got next here? Trucks or street stocks?
Trucks.
I knew that it would be trucks because that was not what I had in front of me. Trucks are brought to you this season by Michigan Paving and Materials in the All-American Truck Division. And what a field do we have tonight. 20 trucks here. Mostly stock on a street tire. I always looked at Chris to make sure that I am not speaking out of turn. I learned a lot more. I must have learned stuff from last year.
You know, that makes me realize I probably should have been listening to what you were saying and not just nodding my head.
Well, it's all, yeah, well, after a full year, I can understand. Matt Mosier will be on the pole cars, truck 79, Darren Burton in the 05, Brandon Cudd in the 81, and Chris Deviney in the 85. Looks like maybe a couple of trucks missing. Jason Dvorak was supposed to be out there in the 67. Chris Bush Jr. in the 4, and Josh Shaw in the S23. And look out, something just come out the back of the 79, didn't it? Or was it just my imagination? Must have been my imagination.
Well, luckily we're just a couple seconds behind on the stream here, so we'll bring that up, and I don't see anything coming out of the back of it.
No, boy, it looked like something flopped out of there, but again, these glasses aren't very good as the 05 takes the top spot.
Boy, do I hate when that happens.
I think I saw the flag just made it look like something came out. As we went 3 wide down the back straightaway, the 81 truck going to lose a couple of spots. Brandon Cudd falls back to 5th, and we got a dandy of a battle up in front. So Burton leading, Deviney in 2nd, Shaw in 3rd. Chris Bush in the 4th spot. And we may have some changes here. Looks like we're going to lose the 79 to Matt Mosier. As things have settled down a bit, may have a battle for that 2nd spot. Is Deviney in the 85? That was Hart's truck last year, if I'm not mistaken. So Deviney getting himself a fairly quick truck.
That he is. White flag is out, 1 lap to go.
Darren Burton, big lead in the 05. And looks like he will take the checkered flag here in this one. Shaw takes the 2nd spot, followed by Deviney. Bush in the 4, and then these 2 drivers duking it out back here. The 81 of Brandon Cudd and Dvorak make their way by as we complete the first of 3 heat races for the Michigan Paving and Materials All-American Trucks.
Well, it looks like Darren got lost there for a second, but he found victory lane.
So Darren Burton out of Flint. That nice looking ride. ABK Chassis, Top Speed Motorsports, Agnew Sign Company, Octane Beauty Salon, Champion Auto Sales, DBR Collections, T&G Auto Glass, AW Collision Center, and Mount Crushmore. The sponsors on that truck. 57 years of age out of Flint. How about it for Darren Burton?
All right, so that 2nd heat race rolling out here. And, oh, I am looking at modifieds.
All
That's
right.
not going to help
Well,
me at all.
I can cover you here. Charles Hamilton in the 79C will get the pole on this one. Jeremy Neff in the 58 will be to his right. Charlie Boone out of Montrose in the 66, and Ryan Cords in the 44. In row number 3, the 51 belongs to Richard Gillette out of Clio, and Mark Palmer in car number 50. And Brian Doherty out of Flushing in the 22 at the tail end of the field. Looks like we are missing one of those competitors, as I see 6 trucks on the track, and I had 7 on the list.
I believe it's going to be the 44
Yes.
of Ryan Cords.
You are correct. That is the truck that is missing. As we get set to go 6 here in heat race number 2, Michigan Paving and Materials truck heat number 2.
Well, that 22 truck of Brian Doherty got a pretty good start there. Makes a little bit of a jump to get up into the 4th spot. Now goes to work on Charlie Boone in the 66. Boone doubling the amount of cylinders he races with. He used to race a front wheel drive, now up into the truck ranks.
Hamilton with about a truck length lead, gets the back end a little happy, shuffles the groceries around. But the 58 of Neff not able to make the move as we watch the battle back there in 3rd. Doherty moved to the inside and made that move past the 66.
He did a very good job.
Now there's single file kind of getting pulled by a string. Oh, here comes that Doherty machine from the tail end of the field. Now starting to put the pressure on the front too, as the leaders now have bunched up. Somehow Hamilton able to hold on. Neff on the high side. Now he's going to have that 22 to the inside. Doherty trying to take the runner-up position, couldn't get it done. That forces Neff to have to stay to the high side.
And that's a whole lot of vehicles tossing around the high side of this track with these big old 4,000-pound trucks.
Boy, the 79 loose again, that time in the center of the corner. The 22 of Doherty not able to do anything with it, although he is right there at the tailgate of the 79 as laps wind down.
That's right, we're coming down to 1 to go this time as Hamilton continues to lead. And now the 22 of Doherty falls back a bit into the clutches of the 58 of Jeremy Neff, but will continue on down the back straightaway for the final time into 3 and 4. Your winner this time is going to be Charles Hamilton. Brian Doherty second, Jeremy Neff third, Ricky Gillette fourth, and Charlie Boone comes home in fifth. I've been to his farm before.
Oh, yeah?
A time or two in my younger years.
Well, when you see him again, tell him I appreciate the numbers that big. I could see those without my glasses if I tried. But you know me, I don't try.
Contrasting colors, black on white. It's just so easy to read.
Charles Hamilton,
I'm
22
Chris.
years, yes. 22 years of age, sponsored by Nelson's Hydraulic, Hamilton's Auto Detailing of Clio and Clio Spare Room on that truck, as looks like he is in his second year. Oh, he's a rookie in the truck class this season. So, boy, I like it when the rookies are winning races to start the season, because you know they're going to have a big head next week.
And there's not a lot of room in those cabs of those trucks. So
Love to see the rookies have success.
we'll just have to butter the windowsill.
Back in your DeSoto days.
All right, so looks like we had some shuffling on this one
Yeah,
too.
boy, did we.
Junior Goki not making the call, so that moves Cameron DeLong to pole. Greg Long Jr. in the 21, Joe Schammel in the 47, Brad Rizet, former track champion, in the 7, Greg Long the 3rd in the 38, and Mark Wilcox, late arrival, in the 67, tagging out of the back. So in this race we have 2 Longs and a DeLong. So that's just fun for us.
Well, hey, we're going to get it close to right 3 times.
Mark Wilcox. Mark Wilcox.
Field set to go. Final heat race for the trucks. This is your fast heat. As we're set to go, Cameron DeLong leads him to the green. But Greg Long's going to lead him out of turn number 2.
And that's the long and short of it there for our opening couple turns.
Rizet trying to sneak into that second spot. One of the few drivers that saw victory lane in the truck division last season. Zane Cruz won most of them, but Rizet was able to get that truck into victory lane twice. Once with him behind the wheel, and he had a sub for one night to pick up a feature win. But most of those wins were by number 7s. Except for the 21. I think that was the 21 that picked up the only other.
That was the only one that wasn't a 7 truck that won a feature in this class last year. You know, you got to say, these trucks are pretty entertaining to watch, but it seems like they have the most passionate friends and family out in the crowd. I mean, these trucks seem to have a whole slew of people up on their feet. And reach the halfway point, 3 down, 3 to go.
As Greg Long Jr. continues to pace this field, about 3 truck lengths ahead of Cameron DeLong. Then it's Rizet in the 7, Schammel in the 47, and then the 38 of Greg Long the 3rd. Oh, contact between Rizet and Schammel. Both drivers able to get through it.
That's
nice
not
job.
how you're supposed to do that.
Hey, there's been a lack of rubbing here so far in these heat races. I've been pretty impressed here with these heat races. Drivers giving each other a little bit of respect. Of course, feature time might be a different story.
That just makes me a little bit concerned that there might be a genie behind some of that sheet metal. If you don't rub it, then the genie won't come out.
Right.
That's what Christina Aguilera taught me. All right, coming down to the checkered flag, it's going to be Greg Long Jr., Cameron DeLong second, Brad Rizet third, Joe Schammel fourth, and Greg Long the 3rd in 5th.
So DeLong there saw that lead almost slip away, or Long rather, and able to hold off DeLong to pick up the fast heat. Here in your Michigan Paving and Materials All-American Trucks, the Smoke Shop, one of the primary sponsors on that number 21 machine.
Not just a smoke shop, but the smoke shop.
Yeah, you don't want to just go to a smoke shop. You want to go
That's
to
right.
the.
If you're going to buy smoke, you want to buy smoke from the smoke shop. Do you think they sell it in a bag?
I don't know, but I think they might need some of it. The truck's not smoking. How could you?
That's flagrant false advertising.
How about it, ladies and gentlemen, Greg Long Jr. picking up the win here in your final truck heat race. And we got 2 more heats to go, and they belong to the street stocks. This year brought to you by Gross Construction.
Gross Construction did the concrete work on our infield and our new, I guess I want to call it a porch in front of our ticket windows, and just so much other work around here.
You're there, what you got? It's not on us, right? Correct. Yes. Okay. I never went to the dealer's choice.
So there is apparently somebody tardy to the party, so they're going to be a little disappointed to find out the party is going to start without them.
Well, how disappointing.
Oh, only for them. It pays to be punctual if you finish in the top 4. That's what my family taught me growing up.
Well, that gives me a moment here.
The Owasso Speedway proudly partners with Gross Construction of New Lope, serving as the title sponsor for the Street Stock Division in 2024. With over 15 years of experience, Gross Construction excels in both commercial and residential projects, encompassing new construction, repairs, and restorations. Specializing in various aspects of construction, Gross Construction is well versed in site work, utilities, standard and decorative concrete, as well as flat and structural work. Comprehensive planning, management, and assistance for multi-phase projects. If you consider a road project, Gross Construction is the trust.
Well, right in that first heat race for the Gross Construction, street stocks hitting the track. Looks like 20 of Rob Sullivan not answering the call. So we'll go with what we have. Looks like it is the 42 of Larry Seeley and the 26, last year's Rookie of the Year, Dusty Link.
The dirty sausage.
That's right, Austin Edmonds in the 74 is going to be next in line. Then Josh Freelitz in the 1776. 67 of Aaron Newman, and then Colin Bozell in that red number 20 machine for Tim Lahar tonight. And starting shotgun on the field, Chris Daly in the 77. Chris Daly, I believe it's either his grandfather or his great-grandfather was the first native Owassoite to win a feature at the Owasso Speedway.
Really? Well, how about that?
Back in 1951.
Wow. Really? It took that long for someone
took
from
that-
Owasso to
That's
win a
right.
feature
Yep.
here at Owasso Speedway. Wow. Hey, big hello to Big Ed in Los, watching in on YouTube here
I didn't
this
know Ed
evening.
knew how to use YouTube.
Hey, you know,
Linda
I
must have set it up for him. Linda, get the race cars on the TV.
Ooh, make them move, make them dance. We get set to go fast for 6 laps here in your street stock division.
All right, coming through turns 3 and 4, the M&K Truck Center restart zone. Green flags out.
Trying to decide who wants to lead lap number 1. Seeley has the advantage now as they go down the backstretch. Link in the 2nd spot. Then the 74 belongs to Austin Edmonds. He's in 3rd. Look out, here comes Bozell. He's throwing it in the corner. 26L of Dusty Link.
Well, hopefully not the start of a sophomore slump for the 26 machine, but out in front, it is Larry Seeley leading Austin Edmonds and Aaron Newman. Now Edmonds to the inside of Seeley. That time by not by very much.
Oh, he's going to clear the 42 now as they came out of turn 2. A little bit of a wiggle by that machine. And here comes the 67. Oh, they almost went 3 wide as the 67 was in that mix. Aaron Newman has problems on the 77 machine of Chris Daly.
Unfortunately, going to take her pit side. Bozell gets way out of shape over there, 1 and 2 up in the dirty part of the track. He drops back in line behind the 67 of Aaron Newman.
He's older and older with that car, but I think he's giving it more of an effort than the car is giving him right now. As Bozell, even sliding it through the corners, just he's driving it much harder than that car will allow.
Well, if anyone's seen coming, he's not afraid to sling the car around well beyond the limits of adhesion, but he still manages to hang on as Austin Edmond leads into turns 3 and 4 for the final time.
And Edmond going to collect that checkered flag. Seeley will finish second, Newman third, Bozell will get the 4th and final points paying position.
That's so alliterative. Points paying position.
It feels good to say.
It's just fun to say. It's got all the good syllables.
It does.
Not all of the, some of the good ones.
It's not like Walla Walla.
No. I thought it was a soft Y sound, like waya waya.
That's a good one too. So Austin Edmonds picks up the, I don't want to say slow heat because it's the street stock class, and they're all pretty well equal as far as the speeds. It's one of those divisions like the pure stocks where there are a number of drivers that could take a checkered flag at any given night. One more heat race to go before we get into features here tonight at Owasso Speedway. Again, those of you checking in at home on YouTube, thank you so much for checking out our opening night festivities. Again, free each and every race night. Obviously, there might be some contradiction when it comes to some of the series that come in, like Racing America, where we might not be able to go live for all of the show. But a great opportunity. Plus, you can always listen on your cell phone as well, courtesy of
TrackTune.live.
Yes. Yeah, so you just TrackTune, get the app, and there you go. You can listen at home.
They're going to be sending us some products to have for sale here in the coming weeks at our souvenir stand.
Good.
The over-the-ear headphones and the earbuds. Some pretty cool products they have. Or you can always bring your own. Nothing like a good set of AirPods. You know who owns a nice set of AirPods?
Oh, who?
Blake Childers, who's here tonight.
Oh, he does.
Driver of the number 10 Outlaw Super Late Model. Picked up a couple big wins last season. Thanks for coming out, Blake.
Were you admiring those AirPods from afar?
Blake's so tall, it was like they were right next to him. I believe
He thought
Blake
maybe he still had a little snow in his ears?
Yeah, I mean, well, probably from being up near the mountains. I mean, he's only like 9'14".
Jerry Ballard gets a start on the pole for this one. Chris Munson in car number 3. Scott Wetzel from Indiana in car number 2. Jim Miller Sr. in the K9. Jeff Owens in car 65. You got Ron Hart in car 51. And Tim Lahar, your fast qualifier, in car number 20.
Now, is that Scott Wetzel? Is he of the Pretzel Wetzels?
Again, great question. I wish I'd have had those in front of me when I talked to him.
Speaking of pretzels, we have pretzel plates that are available down at our concession stand.
Mustard.
They are 5 stars, 6 stars, if you could count that high.
Is that what you've been? Oh, I think I see Blake right there.
Well, how could you miss him? He's
right.
He's as tall as
hey,
a building.
Could you sit down? I can't see the race, sir. Here we go.
All right, Munson in the 3, and that Dale Earnhardt tribute car goes around the outside.
That's who it was.
Oh, Munson drifts way high. And inside of Munson for the lead.
Wow, right place at the right time there for Miller as he takes over the lead from Munson. Hart already up to 3rd. He started at the back with Lahar, and they're coming through the field.
Already up in those points paying positions. Ron Hart up to third on the tail of the 3 of Munson as Miller continues to drive away at the front of the field, beginning to grow that advantage over the rest of the field. Hart to the outside of Munson. Contact. A little bit of a tail slapper for the 51 as we reach the halfway point. 3 in, 3 to go.
Well, let's see if cooler heads prevail here as they work their way out of 4. Lahar a little bit sideways in the 20, gathers it back up in the 5. Yeah, it was awfully tight there, just looking at the replay there. Yeah, awfully tight there between Munson and the 51 of Marcus. We're on the final lap, Chris.
And Miller's got a lot of daylight between himself and the rest of the field, but it is still a battle for 3rd through 5th. Hart gonna take it to the outside of Munson on the last lap as Lahar tries the inside. Miller senior wins, Munson 2nd, Lahar 3rd, Hart 4th, and Jeff Owens is gonna complete your top 5. That was a close one in that finish for 2nd.
Well, I almost thought there Hart was going to try that outside line again, and I wonder if he thought, I don't want to go. Munson was not giving a lot of room on the outside between himself and that wall, as real estate was a commodity there, as Miller Jr., Miller Sr. was able to run away with this one. 59 years of age, Performance Auto, Top Speed Motorsports, Michigan Auto, I'm just going to go with that. Well-built performance, Michigan Battery, Corunna Road Bar, and Finish Line Gutters. Michigan Auto Cores is what I was trying to say there. It's all on the side of the K9 machine. How about it, ladies and gentlemen, for Jim Miller Sr.? Well, it sounds like we're going to have a very, very, very quick break. Not more than 5 minutes here. We're getting the modifieds lined up right now for their 50-lap main event. Just looking at some of the comments there on our YouTube channel, the live broadcast. A lot of you checking in as we speak. Glad to see so many giving this a shot. Devin Davis saying, hey, I'll be there next season. Recovering from some shoulder surgery, so hope that you're getting better there, Devin. Some of the Shearer kids wanted to watch the program on television, on the actual TV, so they got that set up. But we're going to have about a 5-minute break here. Good, just enough time to maybe stretch your legs and grab a quick bite to eat or stop by the souvenir stand. In the next week or two, we'll have our Owasso Speedway souvenir lucky number programs.
Hey folks, ever wondered what adds that extra spark to Owasso Speedway's vibe? Well, here's the secret sauce. Agnew Sign Company. These guys are the creative geniuses behind all the jaw-dropping signage that gives Owasso its unforgettable charm. Picture this, from the bold Owasso Speedway sign greeting you at the entrance to those cool banners leading you to your seats, it's all the handiwork of Agnew Sign Company. And hey, have you checked out the sleek pace car, the rock-solid safety trucks, and the speedy ambulance? Bet you didn't know it, but Agnew Sign Company's magic touch extends to these crucial Speedway essentials too. Now, let's talk about your business. Want to stand out from the crowd? With Agnew Sign Company's touch, it's totally doable. Think striking awnings, inside-out captivating signs, lively banners, and stunning vinyl graphics. Their lineup will blow your mind. But hey, Agnew Sign Company isn't your run-of-the-mill signage crew. Nuh-uh. They're in the business of redefining branding. Their one-of-a-kind products will take your company's image to new heights.
leaving a lasting impression that sticks with your audience. Ready to experience the Agnew difference? Head on over to agnewgraphics.com for a treasure trove of marketing possibilities. Or swing by their spot at 1905 West M21, just a stone's throw away from Owasso. Or give them a call, 989-723-4621. That's 989-723-4621 with any questions you have. Big shout out to Agnew Sign Company for making Owasso Speedway shine bright. Now, it's your turn to let their magic work wonders for you and your company. Agnew Sign Company, where standout signage meets unforgettable branding. The Owasso Speedway proudly partners with Gross Construction of New Lothrop, serving as the title sponsor for the Street Stock Division in 2024. With over 15 years of experience, Gross Construction excels in both commercial and residential projects, encompassing new construction, repairs, and restorations. Specializing in various aspects of construction, Gross Construction is well versed in site work, utilities, standard and decorative concrete, as well as flat and structural work. They offer comprehensive planning, management, and assistance for building multi-phase projects. If you're considering a building project, Gross Construction is the name to trust. Contact Gross Construction at 810-287-3652. That's 810-287-3652. Or visit their website at grossconstruction.org to learn more about their services. Thank you to Love's Travel Stops and Country Stores for their dedication to auto racing at Owasso Speedway. Their generous sponsorship is one of the many reasons your general admission tonight was just $14 or less. Founded in 1964, Love's Travel Stops and Country Stores is headquartered in Oklahoma City. With over 600 locations across 42 states, they offer 24-hour access to clean and safe facilities for purchasing gasoline, diesel fuel, compressed natural gas, travel items, electronics, snacks, and restaurant offerings. Love's Truck Care provides heavy-duty tire care, including tire pass, light mechanical services, and roadside assistance. Love's Hospitality operates a network of hotels and storage rental locations. Additionally, Love's Financial offers freight bill factoring and back-office support to professional drivers. With more than 38,000 employees, the Love's family of companies includes travel stops, Speedco locations, country stores, corporate offices in Oklahoma City, Musket Corporation, Trillium, and Gemini Motor Transport for nationwide fuel transportation. Their dedicated employees strive to assist customers and support the communities they serve. For further details about the Love's family of companies and their comprehensive services, please visit loves.com. Once again, we proudly present McAllister Rentals as the title sponsor of the 2024 Sport Compact Division at Owasso Speedway. For over 20 years, McAllister Rentals has been Michigan and Indiana's go-to destination for heavy equipment needs. From bulldozers to excavators, they have the largest selection of CAT equipment to handle any project of any size. They can handle the projects here at Owasso Speedway. They surely have the equipment to handle whatever project you have in mind. McAllister Rentals ensures your job becomes easier, faster, and more precise. Experience the efficiency of having the best equipment at your disposal. Visit McAllisterRentals.com to discover how they can simplify your next project with unbeatable equipment and customer satisfaction as their top priority. Thanks to McAllister Rentals for their continuous support as our Sport Compact title sponsor here at Owasso Speedway. In the world of outlaw super late models, the Owasso 500 Race Series with the Reveal the Hammer Series thrives. Quality shows all made possible by Michigan Kenworth. Michigan Kenworth, with 6 locations across the state, is the ultimate destination for medium and heavy-duty commercial trucks. Under the trusted Kenworth brand, they dominate the Michigan territory. The CSM Truck Network, part of Michigan Kenworth, is the lone statewide commercial truck dealer group offering a convenient one-stop, full-service experience. Michigan Kenworth's phenomenal growth is no coincidence.
They prioritize customers with fair dealings and a customer-centric approach, setting them apart. Backed by CSM companies, Michigan Kenworth provides exceptional product support and end-to-end solutions covering rentals, leasing, financing, parts, and service support. With 45 plus industry years, Michigan Kenworth is a top North American Kenworth dealer, 3-time Kenworth Dealer of the Year award recipient. Those are awards earned and not just given. From Class 5 to Class 8 trucks, Michigan Kenworth delivers quality, performance, and a smooth ride. They're the world's best for a reason. Discover other convenient locations, including Wisconsin Kenworth, Saarling Kenworth, French Ellison Truck Center, and 3 Florida locations. Michigan Kenworth, where quality meets customer satisfaction, experience excellence in every mile you drive.
I believe this is the top drawing field of modifieds for this type of modified anywhere east of the Mississippi.
Mississippi, Michigan?
The Mississippi River.
Oh, okay, all right. Which they have banks too.
Do they?
Uh-huh. 2 of them, left and right.
Yeah, yeah.
Depends on where you're standing in.
Some places you actually are shallow enough you have to like get out and walk.
Shallow. Well, watching all the, hey, Mike Finley, you know Mike Finley, he's sitting in the hot tub watching us. That's got to be awkward. I hope he's got the volume down.
Yeah.
Hey,
right.
hey, Mike, how you doing in that hot tub, eh?
Come here often. All right, so it's going to be Kyle Smith and Terry Trost leading that front row. Fred Cummings Jr. in the 2A, Nick Lakota in the 12, Billy Luckhurst in the 36, Corey Finley in the 29, Aaron Taylor in the 22, Tim Lahar in the 20, 555 and Dale Spencer, 4 and Jason Condon, Jeremy Jaraneski in the 1J, Damian Lytle in the 559, David McManus in the 10, your defending track champion, then Nick Clemens in the 34, Austin Kreida in the 13, the 911 of Dick Maurer, 4 of Mike Shannon, 41 of Hannah Jaraneski, and it looks like the 19 of John Eastman Jr. and the 57 of Josh Savinsky. 20 cars scheduled, 20 cars on the track, 50 laps the distance, Valley Truck Center modifieds.
And I'm looking here, so it looks like the inversion was 8. Tim Lahar, your fast qualifier, scheduled to start outside of row number 4.
Our inversions this year can be anywhere from 6 to 16.
Ooh-wee.
Yeah, they can be pretty deep.
I think I have some puzzles that are perfect for between 6 and 16. They're
Those, like,
hard.
the 10-piece ones?
Yeah. I don't like my puzzles to have more than my McNuggets.
All right, race fans, this time around, want to see each and every single one of you get up on your feet as we get set to go. For the Valley Truck Center Modifieds, get up on your feet, put your hands in the air, wave them back and forth. The drivers will wave back at you as we get set to go. 50 laps, Valley Truck Center Modifieds.
All right, boy, here we go. It's money time here at Owasso Speedway. They rev them up. Here they come on a forward green flag for
Nothing quite like 20 modifieds roaring down the straightaway here at the Big O. Field pretty much stays in lockstep for the first several rows. It's going to be Kyle Smith leading the opening circuit as we continue on forward. The 911 of Dick Maurer signs of smoke out of the back once again. He had some issues during the heat race. Might be continuing on here as Fred Cummings Jr. and Terry Trost battle for the second spot.
When it looked like they had slowed up just a touch. in the center of that corner. And boy, I'll tell you what, the car behind him, Nick Lakota, looked like he had to stomp on the binders to not get into the back of those two that were battling side by side in front of him as he sits there in the 4th spot behind the 2A of Cummings.
Kyle Smith, this may be his first lap sled here at the Owasso Speedway, and that number 8 machine continues to hold steady as the field settles in behind him now. About your first 6 cars now, nose to tail. First battle on the track is going to be for 7th. Oh, the 1J of Jeremy Jaraneski off the pace on the front straightaway. He may make it back to the infield. We'll stay green for now. Now your first battle on the track is going to be for the lead as the 9 of Terry Trost keeps the inside of the 8 of Kyle Smith. Smith able to hold him off. Oh, Lakota got all kinds of squirrely there in the 12 machine. That allows the 20 and Sim Lahar to get to his inside.
Yeah, Lahar was squirrel hunting there, and he almost found himself one by the tail, but he's going to try to make that move for the 5th spot now as Lahar almost clears Lakota. Now coming out of turn number 2. Cautions on the speedway. We're going to spin on the front stretch.
Mike Shannon facing the wrong way down on the apron over on the front straightaway. 6 laps in. So we are going to get everybody slowed down, single file as we get set to go. And well, Roger, our race director Sam was hard at work over the offseason. He hand painted our choose arrow on the front straightaway.
He did a nice, you know, the 3rd time he did a nice job.
He did.
He stayed in the lines even.
Well, he also made the lines, which is even more impressive.
That is impressive. Wow.
And now we get to use it here for, there's a lot of different names for this type of restart, a choose cone restart, a Madhouse style restart. We like to call it the Owasso option because it sounds clever and we can copyright it.
Sure. Now a lot of words that start with O.
But there's 2 of them right there.
That's right. And by the way, those of you with 50/50 tickets, we will be doing the drawing with the winner of the modified feature event. So if the folks from the Ovid LC tennis team would meet me by the flag stand at the conclusion of this event, we can draw our 50/50 ticket winner. I do not know how much is in the pot, but looking at the crowd size, I would assume it's going to be at least more than $100.
It's definitely going to be an American currency. And maybe a couple doubloons.
And it'll be paper bills, paper notes.
Yeah, we made them just this morning.
That would explain why Rex's photo was on them. That explains a lot.
They're Wheeler bucks.
You know,
in Rex we trust.
We have to.
All right, so it looks like Mike Shannon's got it rolling once again. So not sure. I believe the 4 is going to be assessed with the caution. So he'll move to the back of the field. That'll be his first. We have a 2 caution limit. So if you are at fault in 2 cautions, we ask that you exit the track. It's not your week. We'll try again next time.
And when we say ask, it's really it's just a very polite. I think maybe you should go.
It's kind of like when I ask my son to clean his room. I'm phrasing it as a question to be polite, but really it's a demand.
Sure.
All right, so we are going to choose this next time by. Keep an eye on that orange arrow. Couple car lengths past the start finish line. Drivers will go high or low to decide which lane they want to restart in. If, for example, the first 3 cars all choose the inside lane and Corey Finley in the 29 picks the outside, well then Corey Finley will drive all the way up to outside of row number 1, for example. So our first 2 cars pick the inside.
Oh, jeez. And Cunningham, the first one to.
Oh,
he missed it. Yeah.
Well, the rule is you have to make it clear high or low of the box, and unfortunately the 2A of Fred Cummings Jr. decided to go over the box. So Fred will unfortunately have to move to the tail of the field.
Oh, he's not going to be happy about that.
It's one of those instances where you choose or we choose for you. So unfortunately, Fred going to head to the back of the field.
5 more cars.
The only sport where you can talk to the officials while they're doing work.
Well, you know, everyone's an expert.
So you said Finley was going to go to the top of me. Could go to the top. And what happened?
I called it.
He's on the front row. Must be in the front row. The old Bob Euchre joke.
Is that the card game?
No. Yes, it is.
What's Trump?
I've stopped fighting you on the jokes. I can't keep up.
I'm going alone.
So Trost's going to be inside of row number 2. And I think he's got Lakota alongside him.
That he does as the green flag is back out. Lakota.
Yeah.
I don't know if he spun the wheels or what. Definitely did not have a good restart. Might have a problem there in the Showcase Auto Sales machine as he exits stage right. Austin Kreida may have problems as well in the 13. He's dropping back quite a bit.
Wondering if Lakota's going to get far enough into the pits there as there he goes.
Looks like the opening night Gremlins taking out a few top contenders now. Corey Finley stops. He'll pull off over in turn number 2, and now look at that, your fast qualifier, Tim Lahar up to the 3rd spot as Kyle Smith and Terry Trost continue to attempt to drive away at the front of the field.
Oh, 36 off the pace, and he's got the whole field jumbled. Look out. Spencer went to the inside to try to avoid, and he almost ran out of space to do that.
And he missed the entrance to the infield, so we're going to have to throw the caution. 36 of Billy Luckhurst. He has had one heck of a day. So in the first practice / qualifying session this afternoon, Billy Luckhurst broke a transmission, and they had a new one brought to the track. They changed the transmission right in the pit area. He came back out, qualified 4th, and now unfortunately his race is going to end a little prematurely over there in turn number 3 as that number 36 machine comes to a stop. Tough break for Billy Luckhurst. It's been a tough night for our rookies of the year. Dusty Link, our street stock rookie of the year, had to pull off early in his race. And now our Valley Truck Center modified rookie of the year, Billy Luckhurst, unfortunately going to end his night with the push truck, giving him a ride off the track.
So putting some cars where they need to be, and once we're able to get the 36 machine out, as he's out of the car back there in turn number 2, so I'm going to assume he'll need some sort of wrecker assistance, perhaps, as I take a look at the front end of that machine.
So working on getting the field lined back up in their proper order. Race Control does have communication to the spotters for those that have them, or the Raceiver one-way radios for the drivers that do not.
Looks like Nick Lakota making his way back out.
Yep, that is Nick Lakota pulling back out. Now, Roger, this season we also have a points bonus for our hard charger. 10 bonus points going to the driver that advances the most positions from their original starting spot. Right now, that is the 34. Nick Clemens started 14th, and with 9 laps in, currently up into the 6th position. 8 spots he's advanced in just the 9 laps we've had running. Had some help from attrition, as you tend to do on opening night.
And he's had a little bit of help from that last Owasso option as well.
That's true, yep. So
he was able to pull some spots on the outside and get him a little further to the front for that last restart.
And I know you're saying, 10 points, that's not that much.
Oh, boy.
Last year, our Street Stock Championship came down to 4 points.
Yeah, that was a great
A bonus
battle.
like this could have been the difference in a championship. And it very well could play out that way once we get to September and championship night comes up. We have 9 laps in, 41 laps remaining as Kyle Smith continues to lead. And looks like we're choosing this time high and low.
Yeah, Trost not going to take the inside line this time. He's going to go right to the top side. And everyone did a nice job there making sure they made it obvious this time. So looks like everyone will get the spots in which they chose. We got 9 laps complete of the scheduled 50, and we'll be counting them again here in 1 lap from now.
All right, pace car is off the track. We're lined back up 2 by 2. It is Kyle Smith in the 8 leading him around. Aaron Smith gets outside, or Aaron Taylor, not Aaron Smith.
Yeah, where did
Aaron
Trost
Taylor
go?
outside of the front row. And yeah, it looks like we have lost Terry Trost. So your car that ran second for the majority of this race had to exit over in turn 2. And big advantage for Aaron Taylor as he jumps out to the lead here with 10 laps in. It's now Taylor, Smith, Lahar, and Nick Clemens up to 4th now from 14th starting spot.
And trying to take that 3rd spot away from Lahar.
So Aaron Taylor continuing now to drive away from the field.
McManus out down on that inside as your 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th place cars are door to door, nose to tail.
Aaron Taylor in 22 leads now as Tim Lahar. The 20 now breaks into the 2nd spot, leaves a hole open for David McManus to challenge the 8 of Kyle Smith. And he will take over that final podium spot and was nice enough to leave the door open for Nick Clemens, but Clemens not able to clear Smith as they head down the front straightaway into turns 1 and 2.
I don't think that Smith car liked that higher line because he loses a couple of positions. The last couple of times he was on that high side through the center of the corners, he just couldn't get that car to rotate, and he falls back to a 4th position, make that 5th spot now. As now he's being heavily challenged by Condon in car number 4. Oh, boy, I almost saw the 4 almost go into that backstretch wall before he gathered it back up. Still having problems on that machine. Jaraneski, who spun earlier in this event.
Well, Aaron Taylor still holds an advantage over the field, but it looks like it might be dwindling as Tim Lahar in that 20 car runs in 2nd spot. And he's able to take just a little chunk out of the lead as it looks like we may have lost the 4 of Shannon over in turn number 2.
Okay, he's about a 1/10 of a second quicker that last lap Lahar was in car number 20 as he's in his pursuit of catching the Aaron Taylor machine. And again, it was only about 5/100ths of a second better that time around, but we still have 33 laps, make it 32 this time by.
Tim Lahar was your championship runner-up last season in this division. Picked up a win with the Midwest Modified Tour when they were here. But Aaron Taylor in that 22 car, no slouch himself, picked up a championship last season at the Springport Mid-Michigan Speedway, running a full schedule there and here. So he is definitely an accomplished driver as he puts the 57 and John Savinsky 1 lap down.
Yeah, Savinsky just wanting to stay out of the way, but getting his laps in as he continues to learn that modified. McManus sits alone in the 3rd spot. Nick Clemens in 4th, Kyle Smith holding on the 5th. Congdon 6th, Fred Cummings Jr. has gone from the back of the field up to 7th, Dale Spencer, Austin Kreida, and Richard Maurer, your top 10 here at lap 29. Or make that lap 21.
Numbers are hard. Well, field get pretty decently strung out here. The first battle on the track is going to be for 5th as the 8 car Kyle Smith, the cork in the bottle with the 4 of Jason Congdon, the 2A of Fred Cummings Jr. all running pretty close behind, but Smith has had a tremendous race. He had nothing but problems in that car last season. And after making the trip to Bristol earlier in the month, he now is out there running with the top contenders and doing a great job in the number 8 machine.
Bauer off the pace in the 911 just as your leaders were catching him. And while they were doing that, that caused Taylor to lose some momentum. And Lahar right there now within a few car lengths over in turns 3 and 4 as we approach the halfway point. 25 up, 25 more to go.
Yeah, less than a half second separating your top 2 cars. Oh, problems for the 57 of Savinsky and the 12 of Lakota facing the wrong way. Don't know how I missed the bright car facing the wrong direction, but, well, colors are kind of hard for some of us.
Well, it was in my blind spot. I was already looking over at turn number 1 and did not see, but that was right in that bee's nest we were talking about, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, Lakota.
Yeah, looks like he just got out of shape on the high side.
Yeah,
looking at the replay.
He was about 4 laps down when it happened, but unfortunately he was right in the thick of things, and I assume that might have been possibly trying to take avoiding action from getting involved in that battle more than he needed to.
Yeah, it looked like as he went into turn number 4, he just got the back end, got away from him, and away it went. As he is at a stop here right at the halfway point of this event.
Sounds like the 41, Hannah Jaraneski, is going to go to the tail for that one. I believe that is her first caution. So we are at the exact halfway point, 25 in, 25 to go. Aaron Taylor, your leader in car number 22. Tim Lahar second in the 20. David McManus third in the 10 car. Nick Clements fourth. Kyle Smith still hanging out there in the top 5. And how about Fred Cummings Jr. in that 2A? A slight error there got him sent to the tail, and he has had a tremendous recovery drive, breaking up into number 7 position, the number 7 position. There's only one out there.
Sure, at least in this race, yeah. He will not make that mistake again. Not as strong as this car seems to be handling here on opening night. Good qualifying effort, and now able to make his way through traffic and securing himself well inside the top 10. And looks like we'll get the friendly assist on the Lakota machine.
I would like to think the guy in the push truck is friendly. I guess it could be a girl. I don't know. I can't see from up here. The person of unknown gender in the push truck, I bet they're nice.
So he may get pushed all the way to the pit area here. Again, want to thank Valley Truck Center for jumping on board and being the modified sponsor for 2024.
Valley Truck Centers, they sell every kind of truck you can imagine. You need a Freightliner, they got it. Ford, they got it. If you need a Daihatsu, they could probably find you one.
Wow, that's you pulled that one out of the old bag of tricks there.
Yep, my wife would say I can remember what a Daihatsu is. I cannot remember to take the trash out.
Isn't that the massage thing?
Is that the one? I think it's the one with the needles.
Oh, that's Shiatsu.
Oh,
I'm
close,
sorry.
Close enough. Boy, now that you say that, I really hope that Daihatsu is actually a truck and not some kind of weird like anime thing or something.
Shiatsu, you got to pay a little more, but than a Daihatsu.
Well, I guess our time on YouTube is going to be short-lived.
Oh, looks like we got some drivers that missed the left, right option.
Up, down, left, right, BA, start.
Looks like Dale Spencer is going to be the one this time who will have to go to the tail. Good news is it's not that. I mean, he was in the 8th spot. That'll put him roughly 10th. So he loses a couple spots.
Also, I can't believe our first night on the internet and I screwed up the Contra code. This is going to be on the internet forever. That's cool. Off of turn 4, green flags out. We are at the halfway point, 25 in, 25 to go, and Aaron Taylor gets the better run down the back straightaway, but Tim Lahar is going to keep him honest.
Boy, did he. Let's see. There's not been a lot up in that high groove, and not going to be this time for Lahar.
Aaron Taylor is that driver, though, that is not afraid to just do the opposite of what the competition does, just to try to throw a curveball into their strategy.
McManus stalking in that 3rd spot. We've got a car stopped in turn 4, and that'll bring out the caution. That would looks like the 41 machine.
Well, we'll have to see what the cause is of that one. If she's responsible for that, that would be her second caution, Hannah Jaraneski in the 41.
She was the last car out there, according to timing and scoring. Running in the 10th position, and
Also, how often is it that we have the pleasure of having a Hall of Fame scorekeeper at our track?
Thank you. I had meant to say that a little earlier on. Yeah, Sue Lincoln here with us, one of the Michigan Motorsports Hall of Famers in her years, 30, 40 years of scoring and timing, long time at the Crystal Motor Speedway. She was the Auto Value Super Sprints through the 90s. She spent time here back in the 90s. She's one of the line scorer. I was gonna make a joke about the 1776 car. You couldn't hand score if you had a lot of cars with 4 digits.
No, that's why there used to be the 3-digit rule. No, it was really cool when, as somebody who's dabbled in scorekeeping in my day, to have a Hall of Fame scorekeeper say, "Hey, can you come over here and watch over my shoulder? I'm a little rusty." Of course, she needed me for all of 7 seconds. It all came back.
You know, I've seen her hand score 30 car 3 wide features at Crystal and know where everyone was when the caution flag come out on lap number 2. I'm like, holy cow.
Well, that's just a testament to what we're doing here at the Owasso Speedway. Literally bringing in Hall of Fame talent to help us out and teach us their ways, because we really want to be the best that we can here at the Big O. And one that wants to be the best that he can is that 22 of Aaron Taylor, but he's got a tough task ahead of him. 23 laps remaining here as we come out of turn 4. The M&K Truck Center restart zone. Green flag back out.
Really good start there, Chris, as Taylor will take that position much quicker this time over Lahar. Lahar ducks down to the line. McManus still in that 3rd spot with the 34 right there with him.
Fred Cummings Jr. now back up into the top 5, breathing down the neck of the 34. Nick Clemens, he's going to move to the inside. That 2A car has been awfully stout, even with the penalty. As Taylor continues to lead, we're closing in on 20 to go here as we head through turns 3 and 4.
Clemens trying to hold on to that 4th spot. He's got Cummings to the inside. Boy, wouldn't it be a story if Cummings can come from the back of the field early on. Oh, and he has a wiggle there in the center of the corner. Here comes the 34 once again of, help me.
Nick
Clemens, yes, I had to go way down the list to find him there because he's moved his way so far to the front.
Lahar once again breathing down the neck of your leader. Aaron Taylor in the 22 gets almost within striking distance, shows him the nose just a little bit off turn 4, but Taylor's going to hang on as we're within the 20 lap limit, 18 to go officially.
Well, I'm glad you got to see one of my senior moments early there. What a great race up front, though. Your top 2 continue to be Taylor and Lahar. And you wonder if Lahar, is he pushing it? Or is he just laying back here and waiting to see if Taylor, and Taylor's not going to make a mistake. Very rarely does that happen. But I don't know if there's much optimism about that higher line right now.
I mean, the family lineage behind that 22 car of Aaron Taylor is outstanding. Hall of Famers, Dutch Taylor, Charlie Ryan Jr., all in that family tree. His dad, Lee Taylor, a multi-time champion over the different speedways of Michigan as well. Aaron Taylor's got a tremendous pedigree, but Tim Lahar just has that raw speed in that 20 car. And he is trying to unleash it now on the back bumper of Aaron Taylor.
0.21 seconds separating your front 2 down the back straightaway. Not letting that 22 get too far ahead. He'll run that, Lahar will, right to that back bumper. Stretches it out to about 0.26, but it's getting to go time here. 13 laps remain, and it's come down to 2 drivers. McManus all by himself in 3rd.
Oh, Lahar showed him the nose again off of turn 4 as we're at 12 laps to go. Taylor able to hold him off. Headed down the back straightaway. Lahar closing in once again, that concertina effect in turns 3 and 4. $10 to go, that time by.
It's still Taylor. We got a lap car in the way. Jaraneski in the 41. She will stay on the high side. The leaders go underneath. Make quick work of her.
Lahar takes another peek there off the turn 2. Man, that 20 car is just charging into the corners.
You wonder if Lahar will give a little bit of chrome horn. But that time it seemed like he could not get out of turn 2. Maybe that 22 was a little bit slower than he anticipated, and he got off the gas just a touch.
Well, Lahar not afraid to get his elbows out when needed.
Oh, boy.
But he is losing ground to the 22. Did he use up his stuff trying to keep pace with Taylor?
Yeah, he's got a problem. He's not able. That car is no longer handling on the exit of the corners.
Oh, and he's dropped away. He might even fall back into the clutch to David McManus in the 10 car.
And that lead expands to 0.7 of a second for Taylor. This time, 5 circuits remaining.
Taylor continuing to pull away. Lahar, though, looks like he's making a bit of a charge here, Roger. We could have one last gasp at a victory for the Better Buy Muffler and Brakes number 20. As we head off in turns 3 and 4, once again, it is Taylor out in front. But once again, Lahar charging. Shaves a couple tenths off that lap.
And he's had to make some sort of adjustment to how he's gotten out of the corners, but it just looks like Taylor able to pull him on the straightaways. Looks like his only chance is going to be trying to make the move in the corner.
We're down to 2 laps to go now as Taylor leads. Lahar once again shaved another tenth off that lap. Just a lap and a half now remaining in this one as Aaron Taylor leads off of turn 4. We're going to see the white flag out. 1 lap to go. Lahar might have one last shot at it, but he loses ground off of turn 2 into turn number 3 for the final time. Off of turn number 4, your winner is going to be Aaron Taylor. Tim Lahar second, David McManus third, Fred Cummings Jr. in fourth, and Nick Clemens completes your top 5. And a great battle here for 6th as we come back to the line. Jason Congdon got pinned behind the lap car, so it'll be Kyle Smith in 6th. Jason Congdon 7th, Dale Spencer 8th, Austin Creighton 9th, Hannah Jaraneski completes the top 10, 2 laps down. Well, a tremendous start to our feature racing here in the 2024 season, and that number 22 machine continues his winning ways. As mentioned, last year's track champion down at the Springport Mid-Michigan Speedway had a feature win here last year and already finds himself back in victory lane. As he comes around, we'll throw things down to Roger Williams in victory lane to get a word with our winner, Aaron Taylor.
Taylor had some feature wins last season. It took him till about end of June before he got his first one. He picks up opening night here tonight at Owasso Speedway. And this beautifully lettered machine as Aaron Taylor takes off the steering wheel, the Hans device, and he's ready to climb out of this car. How about it, ladies and gentlemen? Aaron Taylor with your win tonight in your Valley Trucking Modifieds. Car was on a rail. Great way to start the season.
Yeah, thank you. We had this thing hooked up, man. I seen the 20 car behind us, and I knew we had to go, and I wasn't going to stop.
Lap traffic didn't have to be much of a problem, but it looked like there wasn't a lot once you got out of that bottom lane. Is that a fair assessment?
Yeah, I think so. The guys that were, the lap traffic, they did a pretty good job getting up where the flagman told them to. It was fun. It was a lot of fun.
Well, glad to see you make it to victory lane. What a great way to start the season. Now you can go after many, many more. Maybe a little bit of less pressure on you now as you can go out and just win.
Absolutely. We plan to run here all year. Owasso's like one of our homes, and it's fun to be here in victory lane and see all the improvements and all the fans. Look at the stands. This is awesome. We love it.
Beautiful car. How about thanking everyone that you got on the side of this thing?
Oh, I got to thank Butch Taylor with Taylor Concrete. He puts me in his car. I can't do it without him. Wilby Concrete, they back us a ton. You know, Rob, we appreciate Rob and Dee, everything they do for us. My parents, we couldn't do it without them. My lovely wife, my 2 boys. I wish they could be here, but you know, the day had better plans for them.
Well, enjoy watching this on YouTube. Yes, you're the first winner.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
How about it, Aaron Taylor, here in Victory Lane? Yeah, one more job for you. You're going to pick our 50-50 ticket winner. How much is it worth tonight? $1,270. If we call your number, we'll have you meet the folks from over at LC Tennis Team over by the ice cream. We've got the ticket here for $1,200 plus. That's a nice payday. 401-057-63. 401-05763. Again, if that's your number, head on over to the ice cream shop and pick up your $1,270. Big thank you again to the Ovid LC Tennis Team for coming out and selling 50-50 tickets. We hope that the money will be helpful for you guys.
Well, upcoming next will be our 25-lap feature for the McAllister Rentals Pure Stocks. Once we get Victory Lane ceremonies taken care of down there with Aaron Taylor in the 22. And a very competitive field, 20 of those McAllister Rental Pure Stock on grounds here today. And this is always one of the most exciting divisions we have at the track. All right. All right, your scheduled starting lineup for this Pure Stock feature event. It's going to be Nick Johnston in the 7, starting on the pole. Dan Goki in the 83 will be to his outside. In row number 2, it's going to be the 66 of Brian Thompson, 14 of Kyle Callahan. The M15, Alani Samir starts 5th, with Jim Miller Jr. in the 9 starting 6th. Then Jason Spencer in the 55 starting 7th. And your fast qualifier, Jordan Lakota, starts 8th. Bob Farley in the 2 car, scheduled to start 9th, with Zach Burton in 10th. Then Sean Edmonds in the 4 starts 11th, with Keegan Clark in the 11 in 12th. Lucky number 13 on the grid is going to be Scott Garcia in the 6S, followed by the 222 of Cody Montrell. Jeremy Johnson in the 47, followed by the 108 of Bob Baumgarten. Non-qualifier Landon Heidi in the 87 will start 17th, with the M57 of Talon Deal, 89 of Abby Cole, and the 98 of Austin Sovine electing to start at the back of the field. Once again, it will be 25 laps for our McAllister Rentals Pure Stocks. Welcome back, Roger. Got to give away some money.
$1,270. Woo!
That's a lot of money for our 50-50 giveaway, and that means just as much went to the was it the Ovid tennis team?
Yes, Ovid LC Tennis Team getting $1,200 and some to help them along.
It's going to buy a lot of tennis balls.
Yes, it will. A lot of catgut for those rackets.
And like if you get your push truck,
That's the extent of my knowledge of tennis.
have them roll out so they're there.
Wimbledon, the Williams twin.
Love.
Are they twins or are they sisters? I mean,
They're-
like, I
they're
guess if they're twins, they're
sisters.
sisters,
Yeah,
but
they're sisters. They're the Williams sisters. They're not. I don't think they're twins.
Driver intros, one won't stop and then it's
Interesting.
nothing but a mess, but if they're out there,
Yeah, just watching how excited I am on YouTube. A lot of people giving me grief in the comments.
I mean, you're never supposed to read the
Yeah,
comments.
no, you got to pay $14 to give me grief.
All right, so, well, I guess the 22 car made it just as far as it had to. Now has to get the push into the infield for Tech. All right, we're rolling now for the Pure Stocks. The M15 of Lonnie Sawmuir took a second to get rolling, but now he is going to take his spot back. Once again, 25 laps planned for these Pure Stocks. And this division, I think, is the hallmark of Owasso Speedway.
Agreed. And Nick Johnston's going to lead him to the green flag. He'll have the pole position. Dan Goki, who's been awfully close last season, looking for his best chance here, starting on that front row. Row number 2, it's Brian Thompson in the 66 and the 14 from Midland. That's Kyle Callahan. Lonnie Sawmuir in the M15 and Jim Miller Jr. That'll be a row to watch in row 3. Jason Spencer in row number 4 in the 55. And your fast qualifier, Jordan Lakota, in the J1. We go back to row 5. Bob Farley in the deuce and Zach Burton in car number 40. In row 6 inside, Sean Edmonds in the number 4 and Keegan Clark in the 11. Scott Garcia and Talon Deal make up row number 7. Cody Montrell, he picked up a heat race win. He's going to be in row 8 with Jeremy Johnson. Baumgarten and Abby Kolb in row number 9. Your final row, Austin Soving and Landon Heidi scheduled to appear. So a couple of shufflers that have gone to the back of the pack. So it's Talon, right?
I
Did I
think,
say it
well,
right?
now that you're saying it, like, now I'm questioning myself. All right, race fans, this time around, we're going to want to see each and every single one of you up on your feet as we get set to roll with the McAllister Rentals Pure Stocks.
all right, drivers go for drop.
All right, as they come around, give them a wave, race fans. As we show them the white flag, we're going to be going green next time by 25 laps the distance.
783, side by side, north.
I believe this light show does stop eventually. Maybe? All right, there we go.
Whew,
Whoa, those are bright.
my heart jumped.
I think it's a lot cooler when you do it for that long.
Nick Johnston.
Take the light and do it.
Dan Goki, ready to bring the field down. 25-lap main event for your Pure Stocks, brought to you by McAllister Rentals. Here they come.
And we're off in turn 1. Nick Johnston with the early advantage. A little bit of a contraction on the outside line that bunches things up, allows Lonnie Sawmuir to jump up into the 3rd position. But he's got some fast chargers behind him. Now the 55 and Jason Spencer. Problems maybe for the 83 and Dan Goki. Looks like he may be off the pace. Not sure if he just got shuffled out and is trying to get his bearings back. We shall see.
I'm telling you, I'm not convinced that middle groove is doing very well for any of our divisions yet. Although when I was down there on the front stretch for the interview, definitely a sticky track. So they are laying some rubber down as we're going to see the battle now. Sawmuir already trying to chase down that top spot. He looked to the high side of Johnston, couldn't get it done. Spencer going to be right behind him.
And Sawmuir now going to take her to the outside, try and make the move around.
Yeah, I think you're tiptoeing really up there.
Yeah, you really have to earn it on the outside here. Still working on getting the track seasoned back. It does tend to take a little while to get that 2 and 3 wide racing back. Salmier, I think, thought about taking it to the outside, but Jason Spencer had already had that idea.
Almost like you have to have a little bit of throttle control to go up top. I mean, look how far Spencer went to the top side, able to hold on for that battle for the top spot. Matter of fact, he takes it.
Yeah, look at that run he got. So there's hay to be made up there, but you got to be brave to do it. Jason Spencer certainly was brave enough to do it as he took the lead. And now coming to 6 laps in, it's going to be Spencer, Salmier, Johnston, Miller, Lakota, and Callahan, your top bundle of cars.
Yeah, Kolb and Sovin going a lap down made it interesting there for you. Oh, and we got a lot of smoke and some moisture coming out the back of that machine. The Sovin machine. A lot of smoke coming out from the engine. You can see the oil laid down just about the high side exit of turn 2. And safety officials quickly getting over there, a driver out of the car.
Yeah, it's always a scary situation when you see that much smoke, because it could mean oil, and that oil gets on something hot underneath the hood of that car, and it could ignite very quickly. So obviously the 98 of Austin Sovin gets out of there in a hurry. So we have, looks like fluid from just about, for sure, the beginning of turn 1 over to where the 98 came to a stop on the backstretch.
I mean, he was already up on that high side, so he's not necessarily in the racing groove, but certainly wouldn't want someone that ventures outside the groove to get into that moisture. So it'll be first opportunity here to get some speedy dry onto the racing surface. Maybe we'll even see what is it, Sweeper McQueen?
Lightning McQueen.
Lightning McQueen. And for being our pure stock sponsor, I have to fix that this week. Obviously, you can't trust me to read stuff. Well, actually looks like they're taking any chances there, as I see they've laid the quick dry in turn number 1 all the way around the corner there. So as they're going to put Sylvine on the flatbed there on the back straightaway.
So apparently we have great tasting toilet water here at the Owasso Speedway.
Oh yeah? Oh,
yeah, I just heard from Bo the track dog, the toilet water here is
top notch.
Premium.
It is a little chilly.
I hope there wasn't any chili. It's going to make that toilet a lot less
yeah,
pleasant.
That's true. Now, isn't that part of your full-time responsibilities here?
Yes, actually. On Tuesdays, I plunge. Wednesdays, I Swiffer.
And Thursdays you plunder.
Yes.
What oil dry do you guys use? Succo? Like the sand? Kind of work pretty good, yeah.
So, getting some oil dry laid down there, trying to get the mess cleaned up off the track.
Go ahead.
We might get to see the first appearance of Lightning McLean. Had a very popular, heated contest to name our street sweeper.
Yeah, I know. Mine didn't get as much press as Lightning McLean did, and I think that was on purpose.
Well, I just got word my brother's here, Roger.
Oh well. All right, turn out the lights.
His
Lock the
parole
doors.
officer is going to not be happy. I believe he has to be home by 7 o'clock. So we might have a low-speed chase between here and Lansing coming up.
Yes, Rob, sometimes we like to have a little dead air just so you can readjust your ears, because I'm sure after listening to Chris and I most of this evening, you may experience some tinnitus, maybe some subtle bleeding from the ear.
See, actually, what we were doing was Roger and I like to sing the greatest hits of ABBA, but unfortunately it's copywritten music, so unfortunately it's not allowed to go over the stream.
The greatest hits, they're all good songs.
It's just a shame, Roger. You do such a good dancing queen.
Well, it's all in the arms, but you can't really see that from, well, you will eventually. I used to have that long, flowing Bjorn hair.
There's some of it left, I think.
It's in my nose.
All right, we got 6 laps completed, 19 to go. We're going to be picking this time around. That choose arrow has bitten a few people here tonight already, so we'll see if these drivers want to make their choices obvious or if they would like us to choose for them.
I get pretty clear out the very first of the race.
Here we go to choose. Spencer's going to take the inside. So is Samir. Johnston's going to go to the high side. Miller inside. And your 5th place car, Lakota, will move to the top side. Then Callahan, Thompson, they move to the inside. So a lot of low lane pickers. Again, makes me believe no one wants to be on the outside.
But then again, you look at somebody like Jason Spencer, that's how he took the lead. He had to go way up there to find the grip, but he found it and used it to his advantage.
55 and 7 side by side.
So the field doubles up. Pace car goes into the infield. And we're ready to go. So Spencer and Johnston, this time we'll bring them down. Samir and Lakota in row number 2. Here we go.
And they fire off from that M&K Truck Center restart zone. And a pretty dead heat on the start, but now Spencer gets the advantage down the back straightaway. Oh, Lonnie Samir in the 15 right to the back bumper.
He just has a feel for where the back bumper is. He can get within inches of it if he's not already touching it. Johnston doing what he can to try to hold on to that top side. Jim Miller now makes his way to the inside. Lakota right there behind the number 9 machine, as well as Callahan and Farley just outside the top 5. They're door to door.
Jordan Lakota adjusting pretty well back to the pavement as he runs in the 4th position, now challenging the 9 of Miller for that final podium position down the back straightaway. Not able to make it happen quite yet. But he is continuing to poke at the 9 car. Miller trying to get away around.
Yeah, field now single file. No one wanting to step out of line until you get deep in the pack, where you see Goki trying to make a pass, but that's well outside the top 10.
Yeah, I believe Goki may have taken it pit side on that last caution after dropping to the back. And looks like he's working his way back up through the field. As your leaders now closing in on lap traffic, catching the 89 of Abby Kolb.
Kolb right in the racing line. Spencer dives down to the inside. So does Samir. Now Kolb will stay on the high line. 13 laps remain. So just about at the halfway point. Couple of cars going to go a lap down. Deal will be one of those. Baumgarten will be the next one. And Johnson, those are all within a couple of corners of your race leader as they're right to the back bumper of Baumgarten now. Spencer has to sling it out to the high side. Opens the inside line up for Samir. Can't do anything with it.
Yeah, Baumgarten did everything he could to get out of the way. Unfortunately, the leaders, I think, bared down on him a little bit quicker than he anticipated. Jeremy Johnson in the 47 takes it very wide out of the groove to give room to our leaders.
Oh, we got a car. Baumgarten out of shape. Down the front straightaway.
Oh, there he goes.
Oh, he slides up the track just a touch, but he hits the brakes and keeps himself out of harm's way. A little slide around for the 108. Bob Baumgarten out of Mount Clemens. So we slowed this field down. 11 laps remain. Jason Spencer is your leader. Samir in second. Jim Miller Jr. third. Jordan Lakota fourth. Fifth is Kyle Callahan. Of course, this may all change once we get to the Owasso option. Nick Johnson in the 7th spot. Bob Farley, in the 7th spot. Landon Heidi 8th. 9th, Brian Thompson. And Sean Edmonds rounding out the top 10.
So we're past the halfway point now, 14 and 11 to go. Again, this has been a great battle at the front of the field with Jason Spencer in the 55 and Lonnie Samir in the M15, our 2 most recent champions in this division.
And is it really a surprise? I mean, the 3 guys right there battled for most of the wins last season.
I think Jason Spencer lowered his track record 5 or 6 different times last year. So once again, just north of 10 laps to go. 11 remaining as we make our choices. Your top 2 cars all choosing the inside. That's going to give Jim Miller Jr. some prime real estate to the right elbow of the 55 of Jason Spencer.
Yeah, and that moves Johnston, who was sitting just outside the top 5 now, is going to move all the way up to the outside of row number 2. He's going to bring Landon Heidi with him in the 87. Remember, he didn't even get a chance for a qualifying time, and he is right now running in the 6th spot as they're lined up on the speedway.
So we got 11 laps remaining here.
55 and 9, side by side, 55 and 9, side by side.
So the drivers will head now towards the M&K Truck Center restart zone. The leader sets the pace. That is the 55 of Jason Spencer. He can fire anytime between the 1st and the 2nd lines. And if he doesn't before he gets to the 2nd line, then the track is green. So he will lead the field into 3 and 4. Nate Rowe with the green flag at the ready.
222, give them spots back.
Miller, what a restart. Takes over the lead out of turn number 2, and the caution flag is out.
I have a feeling our flag man wasn't super stoked with that that restart.
I thought the tracks were early.
So a restart violation by the 9 of Jim Miller Jr. So we will throw the caution flag out and get him lined back up.
222, you need to drop to the back.
Field getting the 1 lap to go signal. We'll try this a second time for this restart. Ooh, a floating bag. Sorry, I was distracted.
It's just so whimsical.
Like a French film.
Do you ever feel like a plastic bag floating in the wind?
As it gets to be hammer time.
Enough Katy Perry for the night.
Was that where that was from? Again,
It might be.
That's why you're entertaining your demographic.
All right, green flag is out. And Jason Spencer gets just a little bit squirrely there off the bumper of the M15 Alani Sawmere, but they all keep it pointed the right way. Jim Miller Jr. in the 9 falls back a bit as they're pretty much 2 by 2 behind your leader, the 55 and Jason Spencer. We come to 10 laps remaining now. Spencer, Miller, Sawmere, Lakota, Johnston, Callahan, your top bundle of cars.
Would you say the 55 is the school bus in it right now, able to block the bottom and the top right now?
He's definitely trying to park the bus as much as he can.
Sawmere, Lakota back there wheel-to-wheel battling with Sawmere. And Lakota might pick up a spot here as he's to the inside, and Miller, he's got about a half a car length in front of the 9. Now he'll clear him as Miller goes back down to the inside lane.
And Jordan Lakota now gets to the inside of the M15. Alani Sawmere shows him the nose down the back straightaway. Doesn't quite commit to it just yet, but he's up in that 3rd position as we come down to 7 laps remaining.
Top 3 cars running about 18-1, 18-2. Those last a couple of green flag laps, but it's Spencer pulling away in the 55. Kolb going to go down another lap here as Spencer goes on the outside. Baumgartner next one to go a lap down. Deal looks like going to stay well out of harm's way. Oh boy. We got a spin.
Yep,
It was just starting to get good up at the front of the field. They were all bunched up, and around goes Clark in the 11.
So we have just 1 heat race remaining now, 6 laps left, 19 in the books. Spencer, Sawmere, Lakota, and Miller, your top 4. At least on the scoreboard, it could change based on the Owasso option that we'll see here in just a little bit. New for 2024, we do double file restarts all the way through to the end.
Not the last 5 laps?
Last year
or
we
10
stopped
laps?
with 5 laps to go. We went single file this year, double file all the way.
Oh my, sounds like everyone should probably get an auto parts sponsor.
Double rainbow all the way.
Well, just as that caution was coming out, Sawmere had at least showed his nose on the outside going into turn number 3. Boy, that seemed like it almost opened the door for Lakota and Miller to try to take advantage, but just as that caution was coming out, Sawmere went back to the inside, and then everyone had to slow down. So already some excitement here as it's about go time. The pay window about open. As we're already at the choose, Spencer, Sawmere, Lakota, your top 3 have opted for the inside. First car to the outside, Miller in the 9. He'll start on the front row.
This seems familiar.
It does seem very familiar.
I feel like we've seen this before. And even Landon Heidi up to 6th, back up to 6th. Do I smell burning toast? Like, am I having a moment here?
Are you speaking in tongues? Yeah.
I swear I just saw this.
You didn't know how to speak Spanish before.
It's the accent that's got me. And I can play piano now.
Well, how about that? Yeah, Landon Heidi goes from 7th to, well, only 6th, but it looks like it's a lot less far away when they're doubled up, isn't it?
That does condense things.
So some of those guys
more
went
stuff
up,
in one area.
they went up 2 spots as we try to complete these last 6 laps here in this feature event. Miller this time going to give it another shot on the top side with Spencer on the inside. Here they come. Spencer with about a nose out. Miller getting a much better run this time out of turn number 2 than he had on the last restart, but he has to commit to the high side because Samir not going to give him any room to come down to the bottom lane. Oh! Contacted. Miller goes around, stays away from the barriers, and this is going to be interesting here. As Miller was trying to get to the inside, not a lot of room there to make that happen.
Yeah, unfortunately, 2 objects cannot occupy the same space.
And it sounds like they've already made the call on that, as Samir is going to go to the tail of the field, it sounds like.
That sounds like the case. The call coming from race control, the M15, Alani Samir being assessed for the caution. He'll move to the back of the field. The 9-inch Miller Jr. will resume his position.
So it'll be Spencer and Miller Jr. That's how they are scored. We have scored that last lap. Lakota will move up to 3rd, Johnston 4th, Callahan to 5th. Landon Heidi 6th, 6th, 7th spot Bob Farley. Then Brian Thompson, Dan Goki, and Zach Burton seem to be the top 10. Of course, that will change likely once we do the Owasso option with just 1 extra lap that we took care of there. We're down to 5.
And Bob Farley, no relation to Chris Farley or Bob Marley.
So that would be a gene pool.
That would be. I feel like Tommy Boy would have been a much more interesting movie if it took place in Jamaica.
It certainly would.
Thought about doing a Jamaican accent there for a second. I'm gonna defer.
Nope.
I'm gonna defer. Just everybody listening at home and here at the track, just pretend I did it and it was funny. We'll all just pretend.
Oh, we're already at the option? Spencer, Miller, Lakota, inside. Johnston's going to go to the top side. Callahan inside. Heidi outside. Farley outside. Thompson inside. Goki outside.
Now that's going to put Lonnie Samir roughly 14th-ish with 5 laps to go. Now that M15 car, when he is racing with a purpose, is one of the most astounding drivers to watch, and he's going to be one to keep an eye on here in these closing 5 laps as the field sees the white flag. 1 lap to go.
I certainly got to hand it to the drivers. They've done a very nice job with the option and getting themselves tightened up and lined up and ready to take that white flag here tonight. So kudos to the drivers moving along rather well here to get relined up and ready to go back to the racing.
All right, Spencer and Miller, not your front row. Spencer and Johnston, your front row as we come to the green flag. 5 laps to sort it out. Green flag is out. We're back underway.
Samir already picking up a few spots on the inside. As Spencer able to hold off Johnston, he clears them. Now Miller trying to make his way by the number 7.
And looks like he will at the line. 4 laps remaining. Callahan looks to the inside of the 87 to Landon Heidi. They make contact. Everyone keeps it pointed the right direction, but that's going to cause Callahan to lose a spot or 2.
He got kind of shoved around in his heat race, too, that Callahan did, and almost in contact with Farley there as they battle outside the top 5. Laps winding down, 3 to go. Slightly comfortable lead. You never have too much of a comfortable lead here at Owasso Speedway, but Spencer got to feel pretty confident right now, but we got a bee's nest well behind him. Oh, we got contact.
Yeah, we got a bumper on the back straightaway. Caution flag out.
Goki in the 83 and the 40 of Zach Burton making contact, and we've got a bumper laying in turn number 4. So that was the bee's nest that I was referring to. We had about 7 cars all at about a postage stamp of the racetrack, and I was a little concerned we weren't going to get to the finish there.
Yeah, unfortunately, some junk on the trunk became junk on the track, and somebody is lost a bumper. And those chrome bumpers are not cheap, I assume. I don't know. I've never bought a chrome bumper for a Caprice or anything like that, so I'm going to assume it's expensive.
I think it was the front bumper of the number 40 that has come off.
All right, safety right on the scene. And they'll throw that in the back of the truck just in case somebody needs it later.
Strapped it on the Malibu.
I'll do it. I ain't scared.
Honey, welcome home. I brought you home a bumper from the races.
It's a collectible. Put it next to my jar of dirt from North Wilkesboro.
Hey, I do want to let you know that Campo did laugh at your joke.
Well, that's nice of Grant.
Yeah, it was very nice of Grant.
2 laps to go. Oh, for the crowd, I would let it go. I'd let it go.
All right, we have just a pair of laps remaining as we come down to choose for what may be the final time. And, ooh, that's going to put your fast qualifier outside of the front row with 2 laps remaining.
And he has not done that the whole race. So will this work out for that number 1 machine? As Jordan Lakota, the Mount Morris driver, now for the first time gets to start on the front row with the guy that's led the most laps in this event, Jason Spencer. So really, this is how it works. The top 2 qualifiers side by side with 2 laps to go in this feature event.
Yep, a heads-up shootout, 2 laps remaining here for the McAllister Rentals Pure Stocks to sort things out. Spencer and Lakota, your top 2 as the pace car pulls into the infield. I don't know if these guys are going extra slow or if it's just the suspense building, but they come into the M&K Truck Center restart zone. Green flag is out. We're back underway. And it's just about a dead heat off in turn number 1. Lakota on the outside sticks with Spencer. They are door to door down the back straightaway. I can't tell who's ahead. Now it's Spencer with a fender off into turns 3 and 4 as the white flag is out. 1 lap to go. Spencer just barely out in front. Lakota sticks with them. Miller sticks his nose in there as well. Don't look now, but here comes the 14 of Kyle Callahan as we're in 3 and 4 for the final time. Spencer clear of Lakota, but he drifts high. Checkered flag out. Your winner is going to be Jason Spencer. Jordan Lakota second. Jim Miller Jr. third. Kyle Callahan fourth. And Nick Johnston is going to complete your top 5. Through the field, we got Landon Heidi in the 6th position. Brian Thompson 7th. Lonnie Salmier recovers to finish 8th. Dan Goki 9th. And Zach Burton, a pretty solid finish there in the 10th position. But our opening night feature winner will come down to victory lane, that Busch Light number 55. And I imagine after this one, there's going to be a few Busch Lights that are going to take a hurting over in Owasso as Jason Spencer picks up the victory. And we'll throw things down to Roger Williams to get a word with our winner in victory lane.
Jason Spencer already out of the car. Obviously fired up in front of this crowd. Comes up from inside row number 4. And I'm there. Busch Light, powered by Busch Light tonight, isn't it?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. She was fast. She was fast on the outside. She was fast on the inside. Jordan Lakota made me nervous when he lined up next to me. I knew how fast he was in qualifying, and I didn't know what he could do out there. I knew he was going to have a hard time. luckily we were able to get it done.
Well, I saw some comments on the live video saying, wow, I don't know, Spencer's taking that high side. You were one of the few that were able to find something fast on the outside.
Well, I've been doing this 6 years, and I really, 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 really like the bottom, and everybody here knows that, but sometimes you got to learn to go high if you want to win a race.
It's always great to open up the season with a win and a lot of hard work in the off season. Why don't you thank everyone that made this car go fast, and be sure to thank all these pretty sponsors on your car.
Absolutely. I want to thank my dad, my father-in-law, my wife and my kids, Dorman, all my family that supports this, friends and family that support this. I'd like to thank my sponsors, J-Mo's Hot Rod Garage, Busch Light Main Beverage, E. Weaver Construction, No Mo Problems, Long's Transmission, Home Office Realty, Jacob Newman, and Ryan Secor State Farm. Thank you.
Well, a lot of cars come out to knock you down, but they didn't tonight.
Right. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Congratulations one more time, Jason Spencer, picking up the win in your pure stock division tonight.
Well, looks like it's the entire town of Owasso down there to get their picture taken with Jason Spencer in victory lane. We still got a lot of racing left to go here tonight. Well, not a lot, but like a reasonable amount. A reasonable amount of racing left. Upcoming next will be our Flory Crane Rental Sport Compact feature. They're going to be going 25 laps. Sport Compacts will be hitting the track here in just a moment while we get victory lane photos finished up. So they'll line up on the back straightaway. 22 strong here tonight for the front wheel drives. Kennedy Jernigan scheduled to start on pole. Frank Trupiano in the 77 starting second. Oliver Kukar third in the 86. Bryson Hosner fourth in the 29. Corbin Kelly in the 54 starts fifth with Adam Whitaker in the 23 sixth. Nick Murdoch seventh in the 79 with Drew Hosner eighth in the T1. Bobby Joe Jernigan starts ninth in the 38. Damian Waters 10th in the one car. Then it's going to be Randy Moore starting 11th. Randy Moore had the option, Roger, to tag on to the back of the field for the Kimball Midwest Challenge. And if he was able to drive from the back to the front, would pick up an extra $100 from Kimball Midwest. He did not take the challenge. He scurred. So that $100 will roll over to next week. So now a fast qualifier in one of our divisions next week will have the option to race from the very back of the field. And if they make it to the front and win, they pick up $200, or it will roll over to the following week.
Right, and yeah, like you said, it is not the same division every week. So I think we'll see this roll over for at least a few weeks, and when it starts becoming serious money, then we'll see some drivers give it a shot. It's a lot of these guys that are fast and girls that are fast running for a championship. So do you take the chance on the extra money and have to start in the back? I'm going to think maybe if you had a deeper inversion, that you might take that if you pull a 16.
Yep, that's right.
And you might think, well, Amar, I'm 16th. What's another 5 spots? And with the full fields now, you don't have necessarily a class that's only got 10 or 11 cars.
Yeah, there's no such thing as a gimme. So continuing on with our starting lineup, Gabe Rusnell in the 24 is scheduled to start 12th, with the 12 of Gerald Schwartz in 13th. Phoebe Hosner in the 55, 14th, and Keegan Cudd in the 11 starts 15th. Cody LaFleur in the 47 starting 16th, with Evan Jenks in the 9 starting 17th. Sean Pulliam in the 08 starts 18th, with Josh Hartman scheduled to start 19th in the 17th. Jason McBride Jr. in the 70 starting 20th. And then Ron Crawford and Dan Hassard in the 47C and 6X respectively, scheduled to start at the back of the field. So 25 laps will be the distance here as well for the Flory Crane Rental Sport Compacts.
Tell me when you want to step in and I'll just sit back.
Just waiting for Jason there as he makes his way back to the pits. That's going to be, there's going to be a lot of traffic around the cooler after the races, I'm going to guess.
Yeah, it's a bad day to be a Busch Light here at the Owasso Speedway.
And I picked a bad week to stop drinking Busch Light.
Pace car's gonna roll behind that.
So he'll pull down, make sure that he passes Tech. And
Well, he doesn't want to pass it. He actually wants to stop
yes,
there.
right. That he succeeds with Tech. How's that? He wins
that's fair.
he wins the favor of the Tech officials.
All right, so drivers beginning to roll around here for the Flory Crane Rental Sport Compacts. 22 scheduled to start, but there's been a little attrition throughout the day.
I didn't realize that the inversion was way back 12th spot, but like you said, some of the attrition may have changed how deep your fast qualifier is.
So we got 21 of the 22 scheduled.
Oh, okay. I'm going to guess Bobby Joe may not have made the call.
The other 47 car. 47C.
I'm looking through the front of the field here.
Yep.
47C is the car number, and then Ron Crawford.
Lineup is good.
So 25 laps will be the distance here in your Sport Compact main event. Brought to you by Flory Crane Rental.
Here comes your light show. There we go. I like it.
All right, race fans, your Flory Crane Rental Sport Compacts coming around. Give them a wave.
Copy, thanks.
What? Okay.
All right, drivers. 25 laps.
Oh, no, I can't do that. We got a race.
Ryder, you will not win this race on the first lap. Gotta be there at the end. 25 laps, got lots of time here. Time limit.
All right, so
End of the lap.
White flag in the air, ladies and gentlemen. How about a big wave to your favorite Sport Compact drivers as they get ready to duke it out 25 for the first payday of the season. Great field of cars, very competitive group of cars here tonight in this front-wheel drive Sport Compact division.
well, Matt down there in the pace car decided not to stay out there and race with them this time. He'll pull down to the infield. As we come through turns 3 and 4, green flags out. We are underway.
Well, Kennedy got a great start, and they're all jumbled up there at the front of the field, but they make their way down the back straightaway. Bryson Hosner has taken over the top spot. Drew Hosner, I believe, up into the second position already. Talladega Trupiano holding on to third right now. Whitaker, though, on the high side. Kukar back in fifth. Hosner's trying to pull away.
It's a family feud up at the front of this one as the two Hosners battle side by side.
Survey says Drew Hosner will lead the lap. Although, Bryson not giving up on that position. Whitaker has made his way up to third spot now. He's got a little bit of distance to go to get to that second place battle for the top spot.
But he has your fast qualifier, Randy Moore, closing in on him. In fact, Randy Moore beginning to look to the outside. And they're going to be door-to-door into turn number 3.
Moore up to the fourth or third position now. Good run towards the front in that 69 car. had his troubles in the heat race. He had to bow out early in that event. Damian Waters now up to the 4th spot. He gets around Whitaker. And here comes your defending champion in the 79, Nick Murdoch, making his way to the front.
Well, either that 23 car is shy a couple hood pins or that car is really cold. It's shivering as it goes down the straightaways. As Drew Hosner continues to lead with 6 laps in now.
And he's pulling away pretty good at this point. He's got a 2-second advantage.
But don't look now, Randy Moore up into the 2nd spot as Hosner has to take the tough route around lap traffic, and they are...
Oh, contact!
Oh, and Damian Waters backs into the wall over in turn number 3. Caution flag out.
Looked like he made contact with that 70 of Jason McBride, who was trying to stay out of harm's way, running the high side. A lot of things happening in that lap. That'll bring the rest of the field to the back bumper of Hosner, who had a 0.7 of a second advantage. Yeah, hard hit there by...
He had some help, but
And hard hit there for Damian Waters. Backs it into, he was moving his way to the front of the field up to the 4th spot. Was catching up to Bryson Hosner there as they were all going left and right to try to get around the lap traffic back there with Josh Harmon and Jason McBride.
So we'll work on getting this field realigned.
Drew Hosner, your race leader, Randy Moore up to 2nd. Bryson Hosner in the 3rd spot. 4th was Damian Waters. That'll move Adam Whitaker back up to 4th. 5th, Nick Murdoch. 6th, Kukar. 7th to Kelly. Trupiano 8th. 9th, Dan Hassard. And Gabe Rusnell, your top 10 here in this Sport Compact main event. 6 laps complete, 19 left on the board. And looks like the one car will need the flatbed as well. Too much damage to put it on the hook. So still have our street stocks and our trucks left to go for features once the Sport Compacts are through. Beautiful night. It's turned out to be here at Owasso Speedway for those of you that are at home. Great crowd tonight for our opening night. Next week, the late model sportsmen will be here along with our house divisions. So taking a moment here as they just about have that one on the flatbed. And again, something new this year. Last year was the ABC format, which would have given 3 different features for this division. Lots of, there was lots of difficulty, let's just say, with the ABC format. Decided to make it your fast qualifiers. Your fast 24 would be in the A. Next group would be in the B. And there you'd have it. So very good, very tight field Sport Compacts here for opening night. Of course, as the other tracks get up and running, a lot of cars still being worked on. Have not been buttoned up enough yet to come out and race. So we certainly expect that we will see B mains in this class as we get farther into the race season. Of course, it's 30 weeks. That's a lot of racing.
That is a lot of race, especially to be ready week 1. I mean, we only gave them like 8 months to be ready. 6 months.
I was
Not a
gonna say,
lot
end
of
of
time.
September. Yeah. So Damian Waters on the flatbed and heading back to the pit area here as field will tighten up and eventually will be ready for the choose. Again, Drew Hosner, Randy Moore, and I'm wondering, you know, Randy Moore pulls this one off. He's gonna be upset he didn't get an extra $100, but that's the choice he made.
That's right. Live by the choice, die by the choice.
There you go. So we are going to choose here, and we'll see where these drivers choose to go. No surprise, your leader's going to take the inside. Moore going to take the high side, and that's going to put Bryson Hosner's also going to take the inside when he'll have Whitaker to his right. So that'll be your first full 2 rows.
I think so, yeah. 23.
Everyone making their way through.
23 all the way to the tail.
Well, Adam Whitaker got the start box, so he's going to have to drop to the tail. Ding dong, that's a no-no.
Yeah. Again, they won't make that mistake again.
What's that?
All right, so we have 6 in, 19 to go. And field's been reshuffled around a little bit. Drew Hosner in the T1 is your leader. Randy Moore will be to his outside. 6 in, 19 to go here for the Flory Crane Rental Sport Compacts.
I'm not quite ready to give him the white as of yet.
I thought he was in this pit already. Oh, he was making sure that we. It's one of the.
So just getting a word here, we've got 3 laps on the clock.
Coming up on lap 2.
So he's just about going to lose that opportunity here, as this time by will be the 2nd lap.
That's right. We do allow drivers 3 laps to get a tire changed once they arrive at their pit stall, under caution. If they do not get the tire changed in that time span,
They'll have to wait until the next caution to come out, right?
and we had a couple people on the stream asking about the start box issue. So if you look on the front straightaway, it's we use a NASCAR style restart arrow with a box. The box is essentially what represents a cone in Madhouse style restarts. We don't want to have somebody running out onto the track with a cone. That's not safe. We'd prefer not to do that. So the box in the arrow is the cone. If you are choosing for the restart and you drive over the box, that is a violation.
And we have a camera on that box.
And we have a camera trained specifically on that restart box. You can see it there on the screen if you're watching at home. If you drive over that box when you're making your choice, then you did not make a choice. You go to the back of the field. And that's pretty much standard operating procedure at any track that uses this style of restart. If you hit the cone, go over the box, etc. But that's pretty much industry standard rules there that we are maintaining here at the Owasso Speedway.
And we're set to go green flag. Finally going to get back to work here in this one as Hosner and Moore bring the field through the M&K restart zone, and we're underway.
Oh, we got them mixed up over in turns 1 and 2. The 12 and the 55 get tangled up as the 9 of Evan Jenks goes off. That was Gerald Schwartz and Phoebe Hosner getting mixed up. Everyone able to drive away. So we'll go right back to we'll call that a quickie yellow here.
Right, and yeah, we'll see. I don't think they'll get the option for the.
Single file, drivers, single
Well,
file.
they might. We're going to do. They are going to re-choose here, so
Single file, single aisle.
everyone will go back to single file and get the opportunity to choose once again.
We are going to dispatch the safety crew here real quick just to take a peek over in turns 1 and 2.
Get a lap and it goes back to the
And Damian Waters is going to make his way back out, gets the tire changed, and
And look at
rejoins the
that.
field.
By virtue of the way that caution fell, Damian Waters will stay on the lead lap, I believe.
Yeah,
So that's a
He
pretty fortunate break.
got to imagine that might not handle quite the same as it did before, as hard as he impacted the wall over there in turn 4 with the back end of that machine.
Well, it is a front-wheel drive
That is very
car,
true.
so maybe we'll be all right. We'll see.
All right, lineup is good. We are choosing.
All right, so it looks like we're going to choose this time around.
Time. Make sure you don't hit that box. Get high, get low.
So we're going to hopefully not have anybody else violate the start box. The pace car chose high.
Well, he's going to have to go to the tail anyway.
7 laps complete, and you're already
Yeah, it looks like we might lose a Hosner here, unless.
cleaned up. You want to get some
I mean, we have a couple to spare. So,
Looks like Bryson was the one that pulled into the pit area. Now the color of the choose area is the same color they use at any asphalt track. Is that correct?
I mean, there's a little bit of variance that we have on the particular shade of orange that we use, but we went with a pretty standard safety orange. See some closer to a yellow. It's a whole color spectrum, but typically it's in the orange family.
Well, here we go. Let's see if we can get through turns 1 and 2 this time. Hosner and Moore, 1 and 2.
Well, we're already doing better than last time.
That's right. They're going 3 wide there, mid-pack. Holy moly, that 47 machine making its way through. The other 47, not the LaFleur machine.
Yep, that is Ron Crawford in that 47.
We might have a battle for the lead here. Here comes Randy Moore on the top side. Moore top side, Hosner inside. They drag race into turns 1 and 2. Boy, Moore does have something on that high line. He's got about a fender out in front, but Hosner able to take it back going into turn number 3. Murdoch's catching him in the 79.
That 69er Randy Moore with the bold choice of dark blue tape on a black door for his numbers this week.
They're still wheel to wheel. This time by will be 10 complete. 15 remain this time round. Still Hosner out front, but Moore giving them plenty to worry about.
And Randy Moore gets a big run down the back straightaway. Can't quite get the momentum to get by, and that's allowing your defending track champion Nicholas Murdoch to close in. And at the line, Randy Moore led that one. But they're closing in on lap traffic, and depending on where they catch that traffic, it will have a huge impact on the rest of this race. Moore has to slow down as they get stuck behind a battle for position there towards the back of the field. And Randy Moore now pinned in behind the 55 of Phoebe Hosner.
I was more concerned there was going to actually be a huge contact there. Or a huge impact. There's a lot of drivers weaving their way through lap traffic. Still Hosner, Moore, Murdoch. Corbin Kelly to 4th, Dan Hassard in 5th.
And Ron,
oh no!
Big fire underneath the T1.
Hosner comes to a stop inside turn number 4 after imploding. Everybody coming to a stop so safety officials can make their way over there. He's already out of the car, folks.
Yeah, a very hasty exit when the car goes up like that. Safety crew right on the scene.
And nice job there by our camera operators catching the moment of the implosion on that machine, and the driver climbing out of that car, obviously quite frustrated there. He knew he had a fast hot rod, and he might have to come up with some new motor parts in that machine. But tough break for the Kalamazoo driver. We do have a couple of cars that do need to be moved, please. We've got a black Dodge Challenger with purple stripes on it. License plate 2PJN17. 2PJN17. A black Dodge Challenger with a purple stripe. You need to move it, please. I also have a gray Chevy. That's all I have, a gray Chevy. The license plate is ONYK83. ONYK83. It's a gray Chevy. We please need you to move your vehicle. Well, you said earlier on, Chris, that you know, they tend to run faster right before something bad happens, and unfortunately something bad happened.
Yeah, that's a tough break. You never want to see the leader fall out of the race like that. Now, you never want to see anybody's car erupt in flames, for sure. But that is just, yeah, that's just unfortunate.
Just did an incredible job to get it to the cement and come to a stop as quickly as he was able to. And to be able to climb out of that car. And that's one thing that I always, a lot of these new drivers that get into the sport, especially even the mini wedge drivers, that's certainly one thing that they should practice over and over, is being able to get out of a car quickly. You know, even in a stressful, you know, at least if you've done the motions enough, in a stressful situation, it becomes second nature to get out. But it's, you know, in this case, you got a seasoned racer that knew exactly what to do and did a great job with it, despite, you know, considering the circumstances.
Yeah, I mean, there's some series that actually require a minimum exit time from the car in an event of a fire.
I was not aware of that.
So it's very important that when you're building these race cars that you're thinking of an exit plan and a fire suppression plan, because as much as safe as racing has become over the years, and no matter how hard you try to make it safe, it is still a dangerous sport for sure.
Now, even there are some circumstances. I know there is I don't know if it's the Kalamazoo safety crew that has the upside down simulator.
Yep.
I remember them coming to Tri-City and even letting fans get strapped in and try to figure out, just to show how difficult and disorienting that can be.
Yeah.
But to at least have the wherewithal at a situation where it may not always be comfortable. Our officials have the T1 machine on the flatbed and making its way down the front straightaway. It's going to be a lot of work to do over the week.
Yeah, that's gonna create some work for sure.
That's what's gonna get you people to get rid of their breakups.
Safety crew doing a great job here tonight. Quickly getting that cement cleaned up there on the inside of turn number 4. 12 laps still remain in this event. quick rundown of the field prior to that caution. Drew Hosner was your leader, but now that'll move Randy Moore up to the pole position once they do the choose, the Owasso option. Nick Murdoch in second. Third is Corbin Kelly. Right now I see Dan Hassard in the 4th spot. Kukar up to 5th. 6th, after having to go to the tail, Adam Whitaker. And Ron Crawford, Talladega Trupiano in the 8th spot. 9th, Gabe Rusnell and Kennedy Jernigan up to the 10th spot for the young lady in the 88. So nice job by the race director getting the field lined up here while we're still under red so that we can quickly get back to the racing here once the track is deemed safe over there in turn number 4.
So 13 and 12 to go here. I believe it's pretty safe to say that Drew Hosner will not be completing this event, so it's going to be Randy Moore inheriting the lead.
Send them on the tail when they come to you. Send them on the tail when they come to you.
So everyone gets back underway.
Yeah, there you go. You still got the 50-50 number? Yeah. Nice job, Safety. Nice job. I've taught you well.
So the field back underway here. Safety vehicles now working their way to the infield and the outfield. And we should be back to the Owasso option here momentarily.
We have an outfield?
Well, I'm going to assume that, right? It's kind of the pit area right now.
Yeah, that's fair.
They have put a lot of cement down back there in the pits, so we're a lot farther ahead than I think any of us thought it would be. It was certainly helpful to have a decent spring so far.
Could have used a little bit of a drier April. Might have given us one less week on the gravel, but you know what? We are still in pretty good shape. We'll have our drivers pitting on the concrete next week. And the 54, Corbin Kelly, stops up at the top of turn 2. So we're going to have the drivers run in the oil dry in turns 3 and 4.
I sound a little creepy.
It's always weird hearing yourself.
All right. And it's over-processed, so it sounds like I have a lot more...
Gumption?
That's the word.
We're choosing this time around. Randy Moore elects to take the outside. Nicholas Murdoch will be to his inside as we work on the rest of the field coming through.
Corbin Kelly inside row number 2. Hansard on the outside. That's row 2, row 3. There's Kukar and Whitaker. Trupiano and the 47 of Ron Crawford in row 4.
Crawford came pretty deep in the field too. I believe he started semi close to the back. So he could be in line for that 10-point bonus.
Yeah, I think he was late arriver. He didn't get a qualifying time because he's not even on the not on my initial start for the feature. So he did not get an actual time. So he could very well be a hard charger here in this division here tonight. As the field lined up, ready to go, a dozen laps left here in this Sport Compact main event. Brought to you by Flory Crane Rental. Murdoch and Moore to the green.
Oh, and that got a little dicey there for just a second, but Randy Moore out in front. And Nicholas Murdoch going to try to take the short way around.
Great run so far for Dan Hansard in the 6X. Running there in the 3rd spot. Murdoch's been taking that high exit.
Is he taking
both 2 and 4? Yeah,
is he taking the high exit, or is the high exit taking him?
I know it seems like he is in full control of where that car is going, as if he's got it wound up.
Well, the tough night for the Hosner gang continues on as Phoebe calls it a night over in that blue and black number 55. As Moore and Murdoch battle it out for the top spot here with 9 laps remaining.
Yeah, it's come down to a 2-car race now, as even Moore making that seem like it's going to be unlikely here unless he's got some problems. Now, look at Moore actually using a higher line that time.
And Adam Whitaker making his way back up through the field. He's now battling for 3rd after having to go to the back for that running over the restart zone. Or not the restart zone, the choose zone. Nick Murdoch closing in once again on Randy Moore. Murdoch's kind of changed his approach, trying to take maybe a shorter route around the track.
Oh, Trupiano and the remaining Hosner making some contact there. That'd be Bryson back out in the 29. He's dropped way out, so a few laps down.
Yeah, he's had issues with that car all day, had some trouble keeping it going. A few times it died on him in practice. So not a great day for the Hosner gang, but appreciate them coming out to the Owasso Speedway.
Boy, where did Murdoch come from? He was so far back, and then he closes in the gap by down to 0.4 of a second. And he might have something for your race leaders. They come by with 4 to go.
Ooh, Nick Murdoch got awfully close there with the 11 of Cud, the lap down car. And they continue to run down lap traffic with 4 laps remaining, Roger. The way they catch this lap traffic could have a huge implication on how this race finishes.
Yeah, Schwartz and LaFleur about to go a lap down here to your race leader. Leader goes to the bottom. Here comes Murdoch. He's going to look to the top side. Your leader is boxed inside some lap traffic. Here comes Murdoch. He goes to the top side. What a battle up front going through lap traffic, and Murdoch takes the lead.
You can take the high road or the low road, but unfortunately it doesn't always work out, and that's the case here for Randy Moore. Got boxed in, and now your defending track champion Nicholas Murdoch finds himself well out in front. Randy Moore has to renegotiate. And Roger, that's one thing that makes it pretty cool for these front-wheel drives, racing them all together like this with 1 lap remaining here. Murdoch heads down the back straightaway for the final time. into turn number 3, out of turn number 4. Your winner on opening night, track champion Nicholas Murdoch. Randy Moore second. And the field a little strung out here as Adam Whitaker recovers to finish third. Dan Hassard fourth. Corbin Kelly with the top 5. Oliver Kukar comes home in the 6th position. Ron Crawford 7th. Frank Trupiano 8th. Kennedy Jernigan with the top 10 finish. And then Gabe Rusnell in the 24 completes your top 10. So it has been a great run here tonight. Maybe a little bit of luck played into it too, but Nicholas Murdoch backs up his track championship, finding himself in victory lane here on opening night. And if winning the feature wasn't enough, he also gets a chance to talk to our very own Roger Williams down in victory lane.
Well, your defending track champion gets it done tonight in dramatic fashion. Fighting his way towards the front, had to sit back in that second spot for a while and made the right choices through the lap traffic to find himself winning here on opening night as he gets ready to climb out of the car, gives the steering wheel a little bit of a budge there as I'm sure he probably white-knuckled it there the last couple of laps as he climbs out of the car. How about it for Nicholas Murdoch, ladies and gentlemen? Big old smile on your face, boy. You made the right choices there on those last couple of laps. Talk about that.
Just got really lucky.
Did you have anything for Randy there, do you think?
No, he just outmotored me.
Well, you guys did a great job. And we were talking up during the broadcast that you really like to take the exits kind of on the high side. Is that to help you keep the momentum up?
It just seems faster to me. Just go as high as I can.
Well, great job. You're defending champion. Obviously, you've got that target on your back as the defending champion, but you showed them tonight. Why don't you go ahead and thank everyone that makes this car fast and these sponsors you have on your quarter panels.
Got to thank Modern Shiawassee, Hemlock Auto Alignment, the Shed Bar and Grill Buck Bowl, Marion Springs Conservation Club. I think that's it.
Well, fantastic. You can watch this week on YouTube and see the fantastic moves you made. Congratulations.
Thank you.
How about it one more time? Nicholas Murdoch, ladies and gentlemen, winning your Sport Compact A-Main tonight.
So still got 2 events remaining here tonight. Next up will be the Michigan Paving All-American Trucks, running 25 laps here. As that whole Murdoch gang down there gets their pictures taken in victory lane. Then after the trucks will be 30 laps for the Gross Construction Street Stocks to close things out for us here on opening night. Pretty exciting evening here at the Owasso Speedway for opening night.
Owasso Speedway thanks Michigan Paving for their sponsorship of the 2024 All-American Truck Division. At the heart of Michigan's asphalt landscape lies Michigan Paving, a trusted name shaping highways and communities alike. With a promise as bold as the roads they pave, Michigan Paving welcomes you to a world where quality meets innovation. From the hum of their asphalt plants to the precision of their paving crews, excellence is not just a goal, it's a guarantee. Partnered with cutting-edge technology, they craft projects that exceed expectations and timelines, ensuring your vision is realized right on schedule. But it's not just about the asphalt, it's a commitment to safety and service that truly sets them apart. Awards adorn their journey, a testament to their unwavering dedication to a job done right the first time. So whether it's your neighborhood street or a sprawling commercial hub, Michigan Paving is your ally in asphalt. Check out some of the projects they have done or request a quote by visiting MichiganPaving.com. Let them guide you through the maze of possibilities. where quality materials meet expert hands to create a legacy that stands the test of time. Step into the future of paving with Michigan Paving.
Coming to town, a little bit of a rivalry here for the traveling series versus our own weekly heroes here at the Big O. So that'll be on May 11th, and continuing on with our 2024 schedule. We also have the MCR Dwarf Cars on that May 11th show. Then a big doubleheader weekend, May 18th and 19th. First off, on Saturday the 18th, it is Michigan Auto Racing Fan Club Night and round one of the Owasso 500 Series, sponsored by Michigan Kenworth. The Reveal the Hammer Outlaw Super Late Models, their first of 5 appearances, $10,000 going to the winner at that event. So it is going to be a huge show. And if you're a member of the Michigan Auto Racing Fan Club, you get in for absolutely free.
That is a quality show indeed.
Then the next day, Sunday, May 19th, our first of 6 Destruction Overload nights. It's going to be figure eights, double stackers, school buses, and anything else that can come from the twisted minds of our team here at the Owasso Speedway. And then the following Saturday after that, the return of the Big O Classic 100 for the JEGS CRA All-Stars Tour gets us through the month of May. And we're getting ready to roll here with the Mid-Michigan Paving All-American Trucks.
We certainly are. As they make their way by, just taking a peek at the field here, some things that are a little bit different. Looks like Mark Palmer not able to make the call, at least for the front of the field here, so it looks like everyone swapping spots. Brian Doherty out of Flushing is going to start on the front row. And Cameron DeLong looks to be alongside in the truck number 95. Joe Schammel in the 47 back there in row number 2 with the 21 of Greg Long Jr. Making sure we got him lined up there. All right. Greg Long the third in the 38. Brad Rizet in the 7. The 44 was Ryan Cords. Let's see if Ryan made it out. I don't think he made his heat race, so I do not see him out there. So that moves the 66 to Charlie Boone up a row in that machine with Jeremy Neff in the 58. Charles Hamilton the 79. Josh Shaw in the S23. Chris Bush in the number 4, Jason Dvorak out of Swartz Creek in the 67. Chris Deviney, 85. Brandon Cudd, Darren Burton, and Matt Mosier, those that are scheduled to make their appearance here for the trucks. This time by going to be your parade lap. As I see the white flag in your starter's hand here. So how about we give these truck drivers a great send-off, ladies and gentlemen. How about we get up on our feet and give them a wave. Here is it's the parade lap for your trucks here tonight. The Michigan Paving and Materials All-American Trucks.
Thanks for coming up, guys. Appreciate you.
I'm having a lot of senior moments today, Chris.
It's a lot. It's opening night. It's a lot to remember. It's your first day.
And my second night. All right, the field is set to go 25 laps in your stock truck class. Running street tires. As we get ready to go. Great field. This is the biggest truck group we've seen. Last year was a little bit down, 14, 15. We got 20 of them here tonight, and we're ready to go fast as the green flag is out. We're underway.
Well, without question, the biggest field of trucks we've seen this year, Roger.
Yeah, well, I didn't want to leave that up for open discussion. As Doherty leads him down the back straightaway, Schammel back there in the second spot, Long in the 21, and Long the third in the 38. Ooh, man, they're 3 wide.
That's a whole lot of vehicle to have that close together.
Top 6, nose to tail, as Schammel takes over the top spot now in that 47. Here comes Gregory Long the third in the 38. He's working the inside line. Doherty stuck up on the top side. Here comes Cameron DeLong.
At 47, a Schammel looked awful quick in practice earlier today. And backing that up here tonight, but Greg Long the third, who, oh, we got a truck in the wall.
Mark Palmer trying to stay out of harm's way. Not able to start from the front row. Problems there. Yeah, somebody put the first donut up there on the, looks like Safety Sam's got something else to paint this week.
Yeah, it's race director Sam.
Oh, not the day he paints that. Boy, we got them all over the place there, back of the pack. Up front, oh, a little contact there. Long getting to the back end of Schammel as they came out of turn number 2. Schammel gathered it back up. Long backed off to allow him to do so. DeLong and Rizet are all in a train down the front straightaway.
Can you draft a truck?
I'm not a very good drawer, but I could try. Long going to try the inside now.
And he was your, no, he was not your fast qualifier. Greg Long Jr. was the fast qualifier.
You can almost hear the wind as they come by. Still wheel to wheel, tailgate to tailgate. Down the back straightaway, Schammel with the slight advantage over Long. The front 4 pulled away. Rizet in there as well in truck number 7.
And Long gonna have the lead as we get back to the line. 7 in, 18 to go here for the Mid-Michigan Paving All-American Trucks.
Brandon Cutt about to go a lap down. He's right in front of this 4-truck battle. Cutt trying to hold his line on the outside. Long goes to the inside, makes the pass.
Well, this is embarrassing. I've been calling them Mid-Michigan Paving all night. It's Michigan Paving. Oh, caution on the speedway. We got somebody up in the tires up in turn 2.
Did not see that one.
Yeah, and not a good parking spot. Looks like it's Charlie Boone in the 66.
There you go. Well, that made it easy when he turned around. I thought you guessed it from the tailgate, and I was going to give you, I had forgotten all about the Mid-Michigan thing. But now it came back to mind. Boy, I tell you what, top 4 putting on a show. And then you get back to Gillette's 51 truck, and they were just swapping positions back and forth. Back there about the 8th position on back.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty fair to say in 2023, Zane Cruz dominated this class.
Boy.
I think something like 12 feature wins just was the class of the field, but this year things are looking a lot more even. I think there is just a slew of trucks in this race.
Well, I think maybe a lot of them have upped their game too this in the off season. And I like the fact that a lot of these trucks actually look like race vehicles. They don't just have numbers slapped on the side of them with duct tape and like they took them out of the parking lot. They look sharp this year.
Yeah, I think this is one of those classes that is continuing to evolve, and I mean, we're fortunate that we have just so many of these late 90s, early 2000s Chevy trucks to pick from. But there is I mean, you're not seeing as much variety. A lot of these are the single cab, short box trucks. You're not seeing very many crew cabs or anything like that like you used to.
Yeah, not many places, I mean, even, well, on dirt, obviously, we only had really Crystal that ran a actual dirt truck class. About 2000 or so they started that, and Merritt had it for a while, and then it kind of died off, and it's come back strong. So yeah, you're right, there's a lot of chassis and a lot of trucks out there now that are sitting in junkyards that they can work on.
You chose low, start on the inside behind him. You got to choose that arrow.
So Schammel goes back into row number 2. Will be behind Long in the 38 truck, but that puts Rizet, former track champion, on the pole, or on the outside pole rather.
And that truck has proven to be pretty sporty. It held the track record at one point in time. that's a very fast machine.
And they keep the motor clean. It's the best doggone truck I've ever seen.
Hey, I know that one.
Oh, I gotta be careful. I can't do too many song lyrics. Again, we'll get.
Yeah, we don't. We're on YouTube now. We don't need any copyright strikes this early.
Field ready to take the green. Kind of a jumbled start there. Top three were ready for it anyway. Rosé going to try to stay on the high side. Will there be enough room? Long, trying to not give him too much real estate, but just enough. Rosé not afraid.
You want to be fair, but you don't want to be compassionate.
Sure. Shamel back to third. Greg Long Jr. in the 4 spot, 5th to Long, then Doherty in the 22. Front two trying to pull away as they're nose to tail, still led by that 38 truck of Greg Long the third.
Oh.
Caution is out, front straightaway.
Oh, see, the monitor was in the way. I'm like, what are we stopping for? But it's unfortunately Mark Wilcox came to a stop in a no parking zone. I believe, as Drew Hosner proved earlier, that's actually the fire lane, and you can't park there. Luckily, he was able to get away before we ended up having to tow him. So we'll continue on. So we are 10 in, 15 to go. It is Greg Long, the third, leading in the 38. Brad Rosé, second in the 7. Joe Shamel, third in the 47. Greg Long Jr. in the 21. And Cameron DeLong in the 95. Brian Doherty runs in the 6th position.
This will be a good opportunity there. That about 4th on back really didn't get a very good start on that restart. Top 3 were ready to go. As suddenly, for some reason, these drivers not getting in single file formation here. Finally, they do that. So the field already ready to make a decision on where they'd like to start. Obviously, they all want to start in the front row, but they aren't going to be able to do that. So I'm going to guess, I will guess that Greg Long III will want the inside line.
That seems fair. I think that's fair assumption.
Already making that commitment, putting Rosé to the outside. Or Rosé putting himself to the outside. Shamel inside, Long outside.
22 to the tail.
Ooh, Brian Doherty. Naughty, naughty. He ran over the box.
Drop outside all the way to the tail. 29 around the 20.
So unfortunate there. Doherty was running in the 6th spot. Will have to come back through the field.
Ding dong, that's a no-no.
79, you hit the box as well. 79.
So the 79 also going to be charged with hitting the box.
Do we need maybe a brighter shade of orange?
Well, I think that was the follow. That was a follow-up hit.
Do they make an oranger orange? An orangier orange?
Pumpkin orange?
Why, I don't know why I'm asking you. You're colorblind. That's
I can see that. I don't know if I would from the driver's point of view. Here we go. Green flag is out. We're going to try this again. 15 to go. We'll have gotten 10 complete.
Well, Brad Rosé in that 7 truck, falling back into the 47 of Joe Shamel for the 2nd spot.
And he's going to have a spot here to go down to the inside if he so chooses. Of course, these drivers don't have spotters, but he finds the hole and he's able to slide back into that 2nd spot and try to chase down the 38 of Greg Long, the 3rd. So your front 2 start to pull away from Shamel.
Yeah, Shamel has Shamel looked really fast earlier, but it seems like he's kind of hitting a wall there in that 3rd spot. Was challenging for the lead at one point, but just seems to be lagging a little bit behind as we get to this point in the race. We are coming to the halfway point, 13.
Caution is out. We got problems back straight away.
Charlie Boone in the 66 and the 4 of Christopher Bush Jr. make hard contact over there going into turn number 3. Looks like there is quite a bit of debris.
I did not see what transpired there. That was roughly, back about 11th, 12th position. And so unfortunate there. A couple of the tailgate down on the 66. That's how hard of a hit it was.
Well, he's going to lose the boards.
And that leaves the 4 up against the concrete.
23 ahead of 85, 23 ahead of 85.
And once again, track safety right on the scene, taking a look at things there.
How about Chris Deviney in that 85 truck? He's up to the 7th spot. He started inside row number 9. Good run for Deviney in that different, with that new ride this season.
Yeah, that truck piloted by Anthony Hart last year. Deviney didn't even just bought it, didn't even get a chance to take Anthony Hart's name off of it.
No, one of the few extended cab.
Well, gotta have room for the kids.
Jello? Oh. Well, the 4 truck able to drive away under its own power.
Now they mucked up the wall in 3 spots, 4 spots.
Boy, Sam's got a lot of painting to do next week.
Yep, he's gonna Tom Sawyer someone into painting that wall.
I just hope it's not me.
This is so much fun. Come paint this fence. It's a blast. Chris,
that has nothing to do with IT.
You can't have IT. You can't have white without IT.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, not Chris Williams. Chris Phobie going to be painting that wall.
I think I'm calling in sick next week.
Going to be hard to paint that wall from home.
Yeah, painting is not a remote job.
Feel ready to choose.
I'm ready to choose.
Can't leave my battery in died yet.
So long, yep, inside, Rizé, top side, no surprise. Shamel inside, Long outside. Cameron DeLong going to take the outside as well.
Would you say he's going to take the long way around?
He might be. That gives Shaw a position in the S23.
Josh Shaw drastically changing his colors this year. He was red and silver last year, blue and white this year.
Yeah, I had to check my program to make sure I had the right driver with it. You wonder how the NASCAR folks do it. They change the color schemes every week. You really got to be on your game.
It's because it says the name on the little ticker at the top. We actually have to do work here.
Well, hopefully next week we'll have the ticker.
Oh, if not, the people at home are lucky enough to have us to give them the lineup when we feel it's convenient.
I'm sure lucky is what they're saying right now. Green flag displayed. The drag race for the top spot continues. Rizé not going to give up. He holds on to the high side, but it's still about a half a car length for your race leader, Greg Long, now able to clear Rizé out of turn number 4.
That's right. He's never going to give you up, never going to let you down.
Yeah. They make their way out of turn number 2. Shamel by himself in 3rd. Then they're side by side, 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th. You got Long, you got Shaw, you got Deviney in there, and DeLong. Ricky, Bobby, Ronnie, and Mike. That's new addition.
That was before Belle Biv DeVoe, right?
That's right. Well, the front 2 have definitely pulled away. Right now, class of the field. Running about high 18s, low 19s as far as lap times are concerned now, as we've got 10 remaining. 2 handfuls of laps left to go.
If you have 10 fingers.
Well, We have to wait a few more laps to get the Super Dave's ability. Everyone pretty much calmed down now, with the exception of your front two.
Well, they got 1,000 Wheeler bucks on the line up at the front of this field.
Oh, Shamel almost tail tapped the wall, sitting in that third position. Will Rizet make a move? When will he make it? Right in the draft of your race leader.
Takes a peek to the inside off of 4 that time as we come down to 7 laps remaining.
A little bit sideways there for Rizet. He'll lose about a half a car length. He's a truck length behind now. Your race leader trying to gobble that back up. Three-tenths of a second separating first and second. We're going to have some lap trucks here in about a lap and a half.
6 laps remaining here. And Gregory Long III doing a great job up at the front of the field. But he is beginning to gain some distance over Brad Rizet. But of course, as soon as he does, he now is encountering the lap traffic.
Well, the lap traffic doing a nice job here staying out of the way.
That they did.
Boy, Rizet really, he dirt tracked it right there out of turn number 4, tried to stay on the inside. And he's continuing to lose ground to your race leader. 4 to go, going to be 3 this time.
So just a trio of laps remaining. And this field pretty well settled in here for the closing stages. We'll see here what happens with Brad Rizet trying to run down your leader. Battle's getting a little bit better, a little bit deeper in the field. The 95 of Cameron DeLong working on the 21 and Greg Long Jr. for position. He gets around DeLong, and now they're going to go to work on the 23 of Josh Shaw. So 2 laps remaining now. Actually coming off of turn 4, they're coming to 1 lap to go. It's Greg Long III and Brad Rizet up at the front of the field. All right, into turns 3 and 4 for the final time. Coming off of turn 4, your winner is going to be Greg Long III. Brad Rizet second. Joe Shamel third. Josh Shaw fourth, just barely over Cameron DeLong. Greg Long Jr. sixth. Jeremy Nuff seventh. Chris Deviney eighth. Charles Hamilton ninth. And Brian Doherty in 10th. All right, so Greg Long III will come around to victory lane, and we'll send things down to our very own Roger Williams to catch a word with our winner.
Greg Long III here in victory lane. A big smile and a wave to Brad Rizet as he climbs out of that truck. How about it for Greg Long, ladies and gentlemen? Very happy here in victory lane. What a battle between you and the 7. I'm guessing you're happy to not see the red 7 here at this point in time because you drove a hell of a race.
Yeah, that red 7's always been a bucket list for me, and I haven't got him yet, but I want him to come out and have some fun with us. It's always a blast to run with everybody in the truck class, and Brad, man, I thought he was going to get me on the outside a few times. It kind of scared me, actually. I was like, whoa, no, stop cautions.
You had some hairy moments there through some lap traffic. You made the right decisions. Did you find that there was anything up on that middle groove, or was it pretty much I need to stay down on the inside line?
Well, through the corners, right on the rumble strips was probably the best place to be, honestly. I just tried keeping it and staying consistent through the whole race, and we put a race together. Wow, man, I'm so excited.
And a great way to start the season, too.
Thank you, sir.
Why don't you go ahead and thank all your sponsors?
I'd like to thank Remax Select Jim Miller. He's been on board for a few years. The Smoke Shop in Mount Morris has hopped on board this year. Mitch Manuel Law Services, he's helped on, and he's been doing a great job. And Steve's Auto, he's a new rider, he's new to the ride, and man, I couldn't do it without him.
Well, hopefully you can do it again next week.
Oh, I'm hoping. Have a good night, guys.
How about it, ladies and gentlemen, for your winner tonight, Gregory Long the third.
All right, we got one race left to go before we close things out tonight. The Gross Construction Street Stocks getting ready to go 30 laps to end things for us here tonight. And we appreciate you coming out and spending your Saturday here at the Owasso Speedway. And, of course, those of you listening and watching at home as well.
You can trust, turn to Duratec Automotive, your go-to for all your automotive needs. Located at 627 Lansing Road in Potterville, Duratec Automotive proudly sponsors the exhilarating Duratec Mini Wedge division at Owasso Speedway. Get peace of mind with their 24/7 towing service and quick response time. Their state-certified mechanics will have your vehicle back on the road in no time. But that's not all. Duratec Automotive also stocks a full line of truck accessories, including the highly coveted WeatherTech products. Elevate your vehicle's performance and style with premium accessories. With over a decade of excellence, Duratec Automotive is the leading towing company in Lansing. Their exceptional service and customer satisfaction sets them apart. Don't wait. Visit DuratecAutomotive.com today and experience why Duratec Automotive is your ultimate automotive destination.
Street stocks lined up on the back straightaway, brought to you by Gross Construction. Looking through here, ooh, a deep invert tonight. Looks like 12th is where your fast qualifier Tim Lahar is scheduled to start, which will be outside of row number 6. And here they come. Well, unfortunate for Dusty Link, he was scheduled to start on the front row for this one. Unfortunate his issues earlier on will keep him from doing so. That'll put Larry Seeley on the front row in car 42. Austin Edmonds going to be alongside in the 74. Aaron Newman inside row 2 in car 67, and Colin Bozell in car number 20. We go back to row number 3. Jerry Ballard in the double deuce. Chris Munson in car number 3. Row 4 from Indiana, it's Scott Wetzel and Jim Miller Sr. Jeff Owens in the 65, Ron Hart in the 51. Your fast qualifier, the 20 of Tim Lahar. Chris Daly was scheduled to be there in the 77. I know he had some problems earlier on in his heat race as well. And looks like, boy, Lahar's going to be really close to the back end of the field there, as a lot of the guys that were scheduled to start behind him are gone. Josh Freelitz, did make it out in 1776. So Lahar just about coming from the tail end of the field for this one. The final event of the night, your Gross Construction Street Stocks. Scheduled to do 30 here on opening nights. Ladies and gentlemen, the next time by will be the white flag lap, a chance to send these drivers off here on this inaugural Street Stock feature event. How about we get up on our feet? We get our cell phones, we wave our hands, we wave our arms, we make a lot of noise as your favorite Street Stock drivers make their way out of turn number 4. Field set to go. Seeley and Edmonds, your front row, Chris. You got some pretty fast cars at the tail end of this field. Going to be fun to watch.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough one for Tim Lahar if he wants to make it from the back to the front. We'll see what he can do in 30 laps as the green flag's out underway. And an aggressive cut to the bottom there by Austin Edmonds. And then a very brave move to the outside by Colin Bozell. So we'll call it first lap heroics getting us started here.
Boy, Bozell was still sideways coming out of turn number 4 before he had to go to the back bumper of the 74 machine again, trying to make the top side work. We're 3 wide back there. Hart trying to make it 3 wide. Some of these cars seeing Bozell work the top side, and they're giving it a shot.
Ooh, Jim Miller Sr. on the outside, working around the 3 of Chris Munson as your top 2 stacked up for just a moment. The K9 had to get on the binders pretty quick there, but we are able to continue on as Munson and Miller still battle for 3rd. Ooh, the rear end of the 51 of Ron Hart stepped out pretty wide there, but he's able to keep it going. As Miller now to the inside of the 20 of Colin Bozell to move into the 2nd spot. They're side by side off of turn 4 and give the position to Miller.
Boy, Munson getting awfully aggressive there, making some contact with the 67 machine as they went through 3 and 4, and Aaron Newman had a steering wheel full, and Hart had to go down to the bottom to avoid what he thought was going to be a wreck in front of him. He picks up a couple of positions by doing that. He sits now in the 5th position.
The 1776 of Josh Freelitz goes a lap down.
Boy, these guys are getting awfully chipper.
Yeah, we actually added laps to the street stocks this season, but you'd think these guys were in a 10-lap shootout the way that they're beating and banging here in the early stages as Jim Miller Sr. now out in front in the K9.
Well, we know how tough it is to pass that K9 machine once he gets out front. But he's got to last all 30 laps, and I think they were working on some gremlins on that car earlier today. Possible distributor issues that could have kept him out. Oh, we got contact almost here. 74-51 makes some heavy contact. Hart backing off of it. The 74 hits the Bozell machine, and look out on the front straightaway.
Yeah, it looks like something definitely amiss on the 51, the way that it's hopping down the front straightaway, kind of dog walking towards turn 2. I know the 74 and the 51 made pretty good contact going into turns 3 and 4 that last time by.
And he got him with the right front, and obviously I think that tire went down immediately on the 51 machine. And I'll tell you what, that 74 of Austin Edmonds did all he could to try to hold on to that, and did clip the Bozell machine, and you heard that tire explode on the front stretch as well. So yeah, Hart, I just couldn't tell if the inside line got pinched off there when Hart, when Hart went down to that inside to battle for the lead, but you saw the car jump immediately once he got alongside the 74 car.
74 was after.
So the 51 of Ron Hart and the 20 of Colin Bozell both went pit side to get a tire change. We do allow 3 laps from the time they arrive at their pit stall to get the tire changed and return to the racing surface. That's 3 laps under caution. Once again, we begin counting from the time they arrive at their pit stall. That's to dissuade speeding in the pit area. We don't want anybody to get hurt because somebody's rushing to get back to the track.
So already jumbling up the front of this field, and Hart had come from inside of row number 6, and he sees that his, well, I can't determine whether or not he is out for the night or getting a tire change. Bozell's making his way out, it looks like. I mean, that contact he had was squarely on that right rear.
Yeah, as long as it didn't do anything to upset the placement of the rear end of that
Right.
car, I would imagine he should probably be fine if it hit him fairly square. But he will have to go to the back of the field because he did leave the racing surface.
And I think you're going to see if the 74 is going to go back to the front of the field here.
Yeah, I believe he should get
Or
a spot
second
back.
spot, rather.
Yeah, he'll be in second.
Just a little cosmetic damage on the right front of that 74. Jim Miller Sr. had a half-second advantage before that caution flag made its appearance. Edmonds in second. We'll move Chris Munson up to third. Then Jeff Owens.
Saw those trucks roll past. I thought I was
Having those
hallucinating.
moments again? Yeah. Yeah. Smelling bacon? Or burnt bread, rather?
All right, so we're going to choose this time.
Hart did make his way out.
Ron Hart, yep, he'll tag onto the back as well. First 2 pick the inside, next 2 pick the outside. 2 more to the inside. 2 more to the outside. 1 to the inside, 1 to the outside, another 1 to the inside.
Your fast qualifier, Lahar, moves up to the outside of row number 3. And Munson and Miller in the front row. This is going to be an interesting battle to turn number 1 and beyond.
It's a couple pretty hard-nosed drivers that are going to be up there on that front row with 23 laps remaining. 7 laps completed.
Already set to go back at it. 7 complete, 23 remain. Is this field ready to roll? Miller, Munson, Edmonds, and Owens, your top 4.
All right, through the restart zone, green flag back out. We are back underway here.
Munson a little bit loose in that higher lane. He's going to give up a lot of ground to your race leader, Miller. Oh, we got
something dragging underneath the 74 of Austin Edmonds.
So it could just be the nose. Could be that right front. That nose is a bit damaged there. He might have a bar or 2 that's dragging going in the corners when he breaks the ass coming off the nose.
Yeah, he's got some definite heavy cosmetic damage.
We'll see how long that is allowed to continue. It doesn't seem to be affecting the speed for the most part.
Whoa, 3 wide there for the second spot. Tim Lahar feeling brave.
He certainly was. And smart, because he bailed out of that and let these 2 races. Now Owen's going to take over the second spot here. Going to hang Munson out to dry. He's going to fall all the way back to 4th.
Got a little tight there with the lapped car.
Miller, a big lead. 1.5 second advantage over Owens and Lahar. Less than 20 to go. It's 18 to be exact. Watching to see the distance here between first and second. It's down to 1.4 seconds. Lahar all over the back bumper of Jeff Owens down the back straightaway. Then it's a straightaway back before you get to Munson, who's leading that second group of cars. Once again, everybody making their way by Josh Freelitz. Lap 15, halfway mark here in this one. Right now, it's Miller's race to lose. Still, well, actually, it's cut down to 1.1 that time by.
The challenge right now, though, Rogers, for that second spot, Jeff Owens making it look like he's setting up a cordless mic at a DJ event, the way he is giving fits to the 20 of Tim Lahar.
Well, they're running about 0.2 of a second quicker than the race leader, but who's to say Miller laying back a little bit, not having to push the car hard, not having to use up the tires. Miller gains another 10th that time by to 1.2. And now back to 1.4.
Closing in now on 11 to go here. And Miller has quite an advantage, as I think that battle for second's about to pick up even more. And that's going to be exactly what Miller wants to see. As Owens and Lahar duke it out for that position, they're going to focus on each other. That's going to allow Miller to gain some room, as Lahar takes another look to the outside of Owens for second, but he goes wide off of turn 4. That allows Owens to pull ahead.
Wetzel also starting to move up. Oh, he and the three of Munson make contact again. Munson then to give a whole lot of room, and Wetzel was up on the top side. Both cars off the pace. Wetzel getting the worst of it. Was Munson still able to motor on?
Yeah, something amiss underneath that 2 machine, possibly something broken from the contact with Munson.
Yeah, that was a pretty hard hit, as Wetzel going to come to a stop over in turn number 4. As again, they were trying to work the outside of the 3 machine. Wetzel was, and just they ran out of room on the front straightaway, and Wetzel gets the worst of it. I got to imagine the left front likely to be depleted of its pressure. He wasn't quite sure if he was going to make it today with the weather being in question, but he did make the tow up from Indiana to be with us here this evening.
And we don't think any less of him for being from Indiana.
Not at all. So some debris on the track as well. Wouldn't be surprised if it's off the 74 machine.
Yeah, there's a few cars in this one that look a little worse for wear.
Safety officials also taking a look here at turn 4.
Yeah, there's debris kind of all over the place.
I was gonna say, in various spots along the racing surface.
Yeah, this has been a pretty physical event here for the street stocks here tonight to close things out for us.
Munson's rear end. You take next time he comes by in that number 3, take a look at that right rear.
I try to avoid looking at Chris Munson's rear end
well,
as much as possible.
In this case, it's a safety concern, maybe. It looks like it's a little tucked in to the door panel, just a touch there. That was where the contact was made between him and the Wetzel machine. Take a look at it when he comes by the front straightaway here.
No, he's actually still on the lead lap.
Yeah, you can see that kind of crab walking there. See it?
Oh,
Yeah, it does look a little off. It's a little, what do they call that, skew?
Yeah. Hey, Sam, check out the right rear on the 3.
20, stop back up, go in the pit, you gotta get that other front radio. 20.
No, still not quite ready.
Hold off your car real quick. 20. Get that other piece of front end pulled off. Let 20 pulled off.
Yeah, you can see that that rear end took a bit of a beating.
I don't think you're allowed to say that.
No, Mother's Day just a couple weeks away. It'd be real interesting to see what happens here now that Owens and Lahar are going to be right there with the number 9 machine of Miller.
Really got to wonder what Miller's been saving and what Owens and Lahar still have in the tank.
Right. Well, he had stretched out to lead to about 1.4 seconds. Be curious to see how this 3 car is going to handle once we go green flag. But if anyone can handle an ill-tempered machine, Munson certainly the person that can do that. Is they're going to come by to the Owasso option. Will be no surprise to see Miller take the inside line. It'll be whether or not Owens or Lahar will try the outside. And Owens says, yep, I will take top shelf, please. So it was Miller, Owens, Lahar, Munson, Newman, Ballard, Hart, Edmonds, Colin Bozell, and Larry Seeley, your top 10.
You're doing a heck of a job, Roger.
Hey, you know, sometimes I'll pull out a victory. Now the next 29 race nights, don't expect much.
See, that's where my technique really comes into play. You set the bar low early. So then every time you just got to get a little bit better, and they think, wow, year 16, he's finally pulling it out, finally making some growth.
Now see, I go a little bit different. I start at the bar early.
Oh, well, you know, for some people, that's how they get good.
All right, your field tightened up, ready to go. 9 laps remaining here on our opening night as they head to the M&K Truck Center restart zone. Here we go, green flag.
Well, Miller definitely got the better restart there. He may have, oh, the 22 of Jerry Ballard, all kinds of out of shape. Wait, nope, he's done.
And he got into the back bumper of the, contact between Lahar and Miller over here in turn number 4. Not sure what that was about there. Well, the 22 didn't really have much of a shot there. He was on the outside. He was behind the 3 of Munson, who had his hands full there in turns 1 and 2. And I think Ballard did all he could to try not to get into the back end of the 3, but to no avail. And after that, he was just in for the ride.
Well, they're in front of the lap car, right? Right. Yes.
Single file, drivers. Single file.
Yeah, that 3 could not get through the corners. You can see why.
I mean, yeah, the back end of that car looks like it's trying to slide down the banking.
Yeah, it's kind of what they outlawed in NASCAR, that skew. It didn't start the night with a skew.
Some of us were a little askew, but. All right, we're going to make our pick this time.
Come on, I'm not here. 22 is on the tail. 22 tail behind the 20.
All right, so Miller going to take the inside. Owens outside. So on and so forth. And we're down to 9 to go. So 21 in, 9 to go.
Field should get that white flag this time, and see if we can't rack up the final 9 laps of this event.
Well, that sure would be cool.
And we'll see if there are tensions between the 20 and the 9, or if those drivers were just kind of slowing down there for the caution. But boy, they had made some contact there in turn number 4.
Well, Roger, as a wise man once said, you don't win friends with salad.
No. All right. The tension builds. The suspense mounts. Here we go. Miller the advantage. Owens looks high side. Lahar underneath him. 3 cars under a blanket. Top spot. Coming by with 8 to go.
Lahar and Owens make a little bit of contact there off of turn number 4.
Oh, Hart getting in contact.
Oh, Bozell goes around.
Did not look like that 51 was able to make the turn and got into the right rear possibly of that 20 machine. Of course, my call always unofficial.
You may say that's the most unofficial.
Yeah, that's very true. Yeah, just kind of almost catch the very start of that. The 20 and the 51 definitely making contact there into turn number 1. And looks like Hart's got the window net down. That might be it for him. I believe last year he was the opening night winner, if I'm not mistaken.
That sounds right.
Oh no, he was not. It was he picked up second and third night there. Salmier had the street stock win on our opening night last year.
Oh, see, me leaving that sign up really seemed more like a feature than a flaw.
Well, it certainly helped me out. And for that, I tip my hat. Not the server, my hat.
We have servers?
No, well, just the ones the wall painter Chris is going to do. IT Chris will be out here painting. Oh, there was a mix-up, Chris. I'm sorry.
Well, you know, Don Colbath was telling me earlier he had an idea
for the... good. Stop right there. Stop right there.
I gotta pull it back up to see what the exact name he had. I thought it was a brilliant idea.
Oh, yeah, that was... obviously, you were stuck in some fumes for a period of time.
He called it 4-, a concession stand in the turn 4 area that you can do mobile orders on delivered to your seat.
4-, that's a... Oh, and we did that. Oh, well, someone on YouTube now is going to take that.
Well, it's Don that doesn't get the credit, so, you know. Sucks to suck, I guess.
Then look at, they're watching the replay here of... in the tower, and you could see the look on your face when you were excited to tell me about this great idea.
It is a really good idea. And I mean, Don doesn't have a ton of them, so.
Looking at that camera angle, I'm wondering if someone would like to sponsor my forehead. There seems to be a lot of
real estate available
to put a business name of some sort.
I mean, I'm not against changing my name for the right amount. Subway was giving
What is that? What's that fine dime that is an improper amount and a proper amount?
It's going to depend on the product.
I mean, 20,000? Is it $1 million?
It depends. Like, if it's something I believe in, maybe I'd go a little lower.
Something you believe in. Would it have to be a Jack Daniel's sponsorship or something where they would just provide you with product?
I am a believer in the brand.
I think for me, I think the bank would have a problem when I showed up at work with a big old sponsor logo. Maybe Daihatsu.
There you go.
Jump aboard.
I've given them more press on the American airwaves than they've had in who knows how long, if they even actually exist. Aha, Daihatsu is real. Thanks, Google.
You know how many ads you're going to get in your Facebook now for that company?
It's about to get weird on my Facebook feed.
Oh, really? Really? Apparently, the first one to jump on board for the sponsorship was the track. I will only do it if Dennis Wheeler does it too.
Well, Dennis always wears a hat.
Well, he's got to be incognito.
Well, the hat says Owasso Speedway, so.
You know, I shaved my whole face for this, and nobody even said, "You look different." Of course,
because we haven't seen you since the banquet.
And of course, you know, some people say, "Hey, when did we get Charlie Brown as an announcer?"
I thought it was the elf from
well,
Rudolph.
That's only seasonal.
Ah.
No hat today. I was only under contract for 1 year. The hat has gone on to bigger and better things. Probably find them on Flow Racing or something.
Flow Rate. We're on YouTube. That's way bigger.
That's right. It's free. And it's pretty good.
It's the decentest stream in motorsports. It's at least worth its price.
I'll tell you what, camera operator's doing a great job tonight. Kind of our rehearsal tonight. You'll see more improvements to the stream as we move along, including the graphics some of you are just dying for. No, the Owasso tattoo does not come with any perks. So be getting no tattoos and saying you're getting free admission. There's no.
Someone in the comments asked, what state is this? At this point, it's the state of confusion. I heard somebody laughed at that one. I heard a laugh. I got one, so we'll...
That's all you need.
We'll call it a win.
We prefer our laughs in print, not from safety director Fred.
I think he works at a different track.
I try and keep his identity at a bare minimum.
Not me. I'll say his phone number on the air. I don't care.
Well, it's the same as his ATM password, so passcode. Are we going to get this one going or what here? We got them all side by side. We're down to what, 2, 4, 6, 8 left to compete.
So 8 laps or last car standing, whichever comes first.
Lahar and Miller kind of playing games here up front.
That looks friendly.
A little bit of a competition here. So Lahar's going to start on the outside alongside Miller. Owens inside row number 2. Newman in 4th. Newman.
I was about to say that too. That's so weird. We're like twins.
God. Oh, my condolences to either my mom or your mom.
Heck of a gestation period.
Here we go. Field gets fast for the green flag. We got 8 laps to go. Oh, this is going to be a fist fight for the top spot. Lahar, Miller, back and forth. Neither driver is going to give an inch.
Oh.
Wow. Oh, no. Owens contacted into the wall. Oh, boy.
Yeah, that was not a good situation there.
I think there's some tension there between the 9 and the 20, and that unfortunately took the 65 with them there as we're wrecking automobiles here on opening night. Boy, we had such a great show going along here, and unfortunately here we're depleting our street stock division.
Yeah, unfortunately, this is turning into process of elimination.
We're down to 6. And time's going to start becoming a commodity tier 2 if they keep doing this. So right now, as it is on the track, Miller leading, Lahar in second, Bozell in third.
Yeah, this is being reviewed by race control right now, we should say. We do have a replay system here that gets just about every possible angle of the track. So we have race control reviewing the incident. So we'll get a judgment, but you got to feel for Jeff Owens in the 65.
Yeah.
He was having a great night. Car looked really fast, in contention for the win. Unfortunately, that night is going to end a lot earlier than he'd want, about 7 laps shorter than he had planned. We are 23 laps into this one. Miller leads, Lahar potentially inheriting second. Again, we'll await the call.
Who's still left? We've got Ballard in the 22, currently in 5th, and then your last car out there is the 42. He started on the front row. That's Seeley.
Well, the 9 started it back there.
So still going to be a barn burner of a finish.
And
or it's going to be a fender crumpler of a finish.
It's going to be a tough one. I mean, we got a couple really tough, hard-nosed drivers up there at the front, as we mentioned a couple times.
So there's 2 up there.
Seven laps to go. Miller, Lahar, Bozell. So Miller goes to the inside, Lahar's going to go the outside, and letting Miller know that he's up there. Bozell will stay inside, Newman outside, and Ballard inside. So everyone basically, one car goes inside, the other goes outside. So the field put together, they should get the one remaining flag before they go fast once again. And it's a battle for the ages up in the front of this one.
Yeah, it's gonna be something. We'll definitely say that. Stay tuned. There could be fireworks remaining here tonight before things are sorted out. 7 laps to go, and 2 tough drivers up at the front of the field. Neither of these two give an inch.
I think 3rd and 4th might be the best spot to be here. Let these two guys see how they finish it up, because it's going to be, it's going to be interesting. Here they come. Stay tuned. Here comes the field. Oh, look out. We got a car trying to make his way back out in the 51 machine. Miller's taking over the top spot. Here comes Lahar. He's going to go to the inside. Will they touch? They do, and they both spin in turn number 4. Oh, boy, did we see that from a mile away.
51, black flag.
Your front 2 drivers make the contact. Both drivers go around. Miller underway, and Miller wondering why that happened. Lahar is going to take his car to the pits. Hart's going to get the black flag because he was trying to come out under green flag conditions. Well, I'm sure there will be a lot of conversations via the social media here this week.
I missed this. We spent all winter just waiting for racing to come back, and it is delivered tonight in spades. We have had everything here tonight. It has been just a banner night here at the Big O.
And still wondering why Miller's throwing his hand out the window. So Bozell moves up to second, I believe. Yep, there he is. Newman in third, Ballard fourth, Seeley fifth.
Make your choice this time.
All right, so we are going to choose this time.
Somehow Austin Edmonds still on the lead lap in that number 74.
What remains of that 74?
Right.
All right, so we're going to choose at the arrow. Bozell, not too surprisingly, Bozell takes the outside.
You wonder now. The 20 is a Lahar-owned car. He's seen all the excitement. Your field getting a little bit of a warning about where the restart zone is. And we're racing. Bozell hangs tight on the top side. They're going to drag race down the back straightaway, Chris.
And Colin Bozell's been the only one really to try the very, very, very outside, but that car walking away from him in the banking. So Miller makes it to victory. Well, not victory lane yet. I'm a little bit early on that. He makes it to first place, back up to the front of the field.
And Bozell's seen a lot of issues as well. Here, he's got about every corner of that car has gotten some sort of contact throughout the night. And he's trying to track down that number 9 of Miller Sr.
And he's had to pull off 2 or 3 different times to get bits and pieces of that body removed from that car. So the fact that he's up in second place, even with all the extracurriculars going on in this race, is pretty impressive.
Everybody else going to get some nice finishes here.
Ooh, I think Edmonds got into the wall on the backstretch. Probably realized he still had one straight panel on that car, wanted to make it a clean sweep.
3 to go for Jim Miller Sr. down the back straightaway. Bozell still in second, and Aaron Newman in third.
Coming down now to just a pair of laps remaining as Jim Miller Sr. leads into turn number 3. This time Byfield will see the white flag, 1 lap to go. And each winner in the street stock division this season will get a commemorative flag, courtesy of Top Speed Motorsports and Dan Bailey. And the first one's going to go to Jim Miller Sr., Colin Bozell second, Aaron Newman third, Austin Edmonds fourth, and Larry Seeley will complete your top 5. Jerry Ballard 6. And that is all that remains running on the field. So that'll be it for our racing action here tonight. But we're going to get a word with our winner, and I feel like he's going to have some interesting things to say after that last race. So we'll throw things down to Roger Williams in victory lane as he gets a word with Jim Miller Sr. in car number 9.
Check, check, check. Now Jim Miller Sr. puts on a little show and then puts on a little show afterwards there, taking home the victory here on opening night. Certainly maybe a feature that they'll be talking about all week as Jim Miller pulls down into, comes to a stop here. Climbs out of that car. How about it for Jim Miller Sr., ladies and gentlemen? Well, did we make any friends today, Jim?
Well, little Mr. Lahar wants to run into my left front tire down on the cement. And other than that, I had a great time.
It's fast. It always is. I know you guys have been really struggled the last couple of weeks trying to get the cars all put together and buttoned up, and obviously the work paid off.
Yeah, last night it wanted a starter, and it went through 3 before I got a good one. Then the battery was junk. Then alternator quit. And she's here.
And you had some problems today, didn't you, that you had to come out and do a safety check?
Yeah, Bob pulled off halfway through it. I got a rib cramp, couldn't breathe. Then the caution come out, and I was like, cool. A little snowmobile accident still hurting on me.
Well, go ahead, take your drink, climb on out of this machine, and relax. But yeah, we're both a little out of shape after the whole long season.
Yeah, I'll be 60 here next month and getting a little bit.
Well, how about you? Yeah, you got a little bit of work to do on the sheet metal, but how about thanking those sponsors and all the help?
Yep, Finish Line, Dwayne Damon helps me out. Michigan Auto Cores, Ricky at Top Speed, Super Starter Shop, Well Built Performance, he does all my tuning on my car and stuff. Dort Transmission rebuilds my 3-4 months I run in this. And Corona Road Bar, they came out, they sponsor me and help me out a lot. When I need a drink or two, it really comes in nice to go there.
Well, maybe I'll see you there someday.
You never know.
How about, ladies and gentlemen, picking up the win in the street stocks tonight, Jim Miller Sr.
I was cool.
All right, race fans, be safe in your travels home. On behalf of Roger, myself, and all of us here at the Owasso Speedway, we look forward to seeing you back here next Saturday night. We will have a great show lined up for you next Saturday night, and we will see you back here. Be safe in your travels home, as mentioned, and we'll see you soon. Have a great night.